You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Sunday night, 11 p.m., May 22nd, 2022. We're on our third consecutive night playing Razorhurst by John Kean, the print and play narrative detective game set in 1927 Australia, based entirely on true events, true characters. This is Leonard Almond. Here's the detective we're playing as. That's going to be a real detective from this case. We've got our menagerie of mugshot criminals. We're on the case of Norman Brunn. He's the victim here, a member of a razor gang that was extorting money from other criminal gangs using straight razors, Bengal razors, after the Australian government in Sydney, where this is, imposed much harsher laws against carrying illegal guns. Let's check in with the chat, make sure everyone's here. I see Jonathan is here. Anna checked in earlier, so everyone's here. We're ready to go. Any preliminary stuff before we get started? I'm wearing the lavalier mic again that I've been wearing for these 3 sessions. It's not perfect, but we're experimenting with it here. We may go back to normal overhead mic on subsequent playthroughs. By way of preliminaries, let's just talk very briefly here. We've finished now. On our first session on Friday night, we finished we had sort of a half day on Wednesday, but there was a lot of introductory material we had to read. But we finished Wednesday and Thursday in the game time. And then last night's session, we played through all of Friday night in the game, then all of Saturday night. No, sorry, we must have done Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the first session. And then last night we did Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. By the time we got to the end of Monday last night, we were pretty exhausted in real life, but we had a huge breakthrough in the case, and we tracked down Sid Kelly of the Kelly brothers, Sid, brother Tom, and we think the boss, the Sydney underworld boss that they're working for, the very ambitious young Phil Jeffs. And we finally tricked, in a very sort of exciting fashion, we found Sid Kelly running an underground gambling operation called a two-step, which was betting on coins and stuff. And we said, hey, what model pistol you got there? We couldn't see it, but as soon as we asked him that, he sort of reflexively pulls open his jacket to look at it, and we get a glimpse of it and recognize what it is before he realizes he's been tricked. So we actually, right at the wrap-up of our hour 8 of the session, we tricked Sid Kelly into revealing he had what was the name of the gun? A Colt Police Positive revolver we recognized, which we know is a .32, which is exactly the caliber of the bullet that killed our guy. So we already strongly suspected him, and that was the key piece of evidence we've been looking for. We also, at the end of last night, caught the 3 of them. We believe these are our 2 shadowy figures that ambushed our drinkers, and we believe Sid Kelly is the shooter. We got alibis from the 3 of them, and they all came up with different fake alibis. Tom Kelly says they're both gambling. I forget now what Sid Kelly says they were doing. No, Tom Kelly says they were both in the boxing gym. I forget what his alibi, how he claimed he and his brother were, but it was something different again. And then Phil Jeffs, the boss, said he was at a party. He's got dozens of alibis, dozens of people that can vouch that was at the party. Oh, and by the way, Sid and Tom Kelly were also there, which just confirms for us the fact that they're all working together. We're going to go over a couple more notes here, but you can see I've organized our people into groups. We've basically got the people responsible for the murder here: Sid Kelly, the shooter, his brother, and Phil Jeffs. Then we've got in this pile Norman Brunn, the victim, and then the people he went drinking with, which we now think is Robert Miller, the drunk, Snowy Cutmore, another member of the gang, and Henry Slater, an old friend from Melbourne. We think he's the mysterious big guy who went. And then I'm putting in that pile also Joe McNamara, Mac. He's the one that runs Mac's where they got shot, and he's sort of a friend. Then we've got 2 more underworld bosses, these 2 women that are running the Sydney underworld, Tilly Devine and her little gang, her husband, Jim Devine, and Frank Green. And then we've got Kate Lee and her right-hand men, Wally Tomlinson and Greg Gaffney. And we've been collecting evidence on them to mostly rule them out. And then we've got some sort of side players that looked like they could be involved, but now probably aren't so much. Jim Hassett, who was drinking with the victim. Same thing, Dick O'Brien. Nellie Cameron, the prostitute girlfriend of our victim. They look like they're not really involved. George Wallace was another member of the gang, but he seems like now he was out of town. Squizzy Taylor is just someone they were involved with before they got to Sydney. Razor Jack Hayes is a member of the gang, and he's almost the one that may have gotten all this started because he got into a fight, slashed Sid Kelly in the neck, and then they got revenge on him and shot him up, put him in the hospital. He's got an alibi, he's in the hospital, but he may have been what triggered all this. And here's Leonard Almond. That's the detective we're playing as. He's been doing a pretty good job. We've got his stats as we left them after we went to sleep. So I've been recapping, but what I wanted to say is that we're now down to Tuesday, the very last day of the case. And we think we've pretty much wrapped up this mystery, and it's not clear to us, what the game, how far along the game expected us to be. But we should complete today's session quite early. We're not going to go until 7 a.m. So we'll have plenty of time to talk about this game after we finish it, give our thoughts, give a little review, talk about some game design issues. So stick around at the end if you're interested in that. We'll talk about that. John Kean, the author, may come in to join us at some point as well. At the bottom here, we can see the evidence we've gathered. You can see there are a couple of little gaps here of stuff we haven't gathered. This suggests maybe that there's a little more things to find. Jonathan Warner in the chat was suggesting something that seems right to me, which is that we've pretty much figured out our shooter. There are a couple little side issues that maybe we haven't wrapped up completely. And it does look like we've spent some time during this case doing police procedural stuff where we've eliminated suspects based on them having alibis or having the wrong guns, etc. So it may be that we spend a good chunk of this last day just tying up loose ends, checking, eliminating suspects. Anna has been pointing out that the introduction of this game, which is here, we might want to read. I think it's in the introduction, in the very beginning. It sort of makes a pointed note about how, remember, we're told, it's not just about finding the criminal, it's about being able to prove it. And we're going to take that to heart. So that's maybe what we do for today, for this last session. And here's actually a note from the designer that says, solve the case and collect enough evidence to convict the culprit. So that makes sense. It's not just about guessing who did it. The game may test us to see if we've collected the evidence to prove it. And I'm thinking of trying to remember that paragraph that told us the law is our God, and it's not just about figuring out who did it, but proving it. Let's read what it says here for game end also. That's what Jonathan in the chat was just bringing up. He was saying, remember, our stats level also affect our scores. So let's take a look at this together. Let's read this again. The casebook will guide the game to a natural end on the last day, and will provide detailed instructions on how to determine your success and your score. So we are going to be scored. Generally, you will need to reconstruct the events leading up to the crime and obtain sufficient clues to determine the culprit. You may be asked to answer specific questions about the case to prove you know what happened. And we could talk a little bit about some details of the case that we're not 100% sure on. And I have some notes from Anna about the case from last night. Anna says, what you're looking for is the introduction last sentences. All right, so while we're at that, let's just take a look at this. One was our introduction. Let's see. There's also this. I don't think we spent enough time looking at this, where the different neighborhoods are. But okay, here's the introduction. Let's see. The introduction actually sprawls out a bit, so it directed us around. That's the hospital. It would help us in most of these games to reread the introduction, because sometimes there's stuff you skim over in the beginning. But I don't see the sentence I'm looking for about how the law is our God here. Let's see if it's at 57. No, that's at the hospital. What am I forgetting? Maybe Anna was saying in here, and there's introduction. Okay. Oh yeah, here we go. Sorry. Each day brings new adventure, a new move in a complex game of chess against your criminal foes. Truth is your goal, the law your God. But truth is not enough. You must also have proof. and the shadows of Razorhurst sneer at your ideals. It's not enough. Truth is not enough. You must have proof. Okay, that's a good motto for a detective. Truth is not enough. You must have proof. All right, so before we jump into today, let's look at the notes I took, then we'll go through Anna's notes. So I just made some I did my normal thing. I went through the previous day's tips, clues, and I put arrows to anything important so that if we want to look for it again, we can find it. That's where 108 is where we got the alibi from Phil Jeffs. And here was the tip we got from our undercover that Snowy Cutmore likes to use a gun. That was the password we used to get into Kate Lee's joint. Here's where we discovered Greg Gaffney has a Remington auto gun, which excludes him from being the primary shooter. Here was the chain of stuff that led us to Sid Kelly and matching his gun, a police positive revolver, a .32. And then we ended Monday with the skills. Okay, so here were the notes I made. After doing that, I just summarized 2 pages of stuff that I thought might be useful for us. First, I rewrote what we know about the shooter. Light gray suit, one of 2 men hiding in the shadows. One was bouncy, one was cold and calm. Both were short. The shooter is shorter and youngish. This is all consistent with Sid Kelly, who's only 5'2". Shot with a revolver because there's no casings, probably a .32. That was the bullet recovered from the body. And then there are a couple things that I'm thinking we could get questioned on. One was who threatened our cabbie about the lineup. It was a thick-built man with a dark gray suit who the cabbie says was not in any of the lineups. Now, we've got a list of who was in the lineups. We might want to go through that again and make our best guess for who was the person who threatened him who wasn't in the lineup. We do believe him, that he's telling the truth, but we're not sure why he would be threatened by someone. We had long debates in the channel, in the chat yesterday, about who that would be. And Anna and Jonathan were pretty hot on the idea that the person threatening is Henry Slater. It matches his description exactly, and at the burial, when we see him, he's described as a thick-set man in a dark gray suit. So it's the identical description that the cabbie gave us. And he wasn't in any of the lineups. This debate, though, brought up this whole complication of people thinking, of Jonathan and Anna thinking, well, did he set him up? Is he one of the shooters? Is that why he's threatening him? Not to identify someone in the lineup, but it's confusing because he wasn't in the lineup, so why would he care? And also, we noticed the gun on him couldn't be the gun that's shooting him, and he was old friends, so it doesn't make sense to me that he's involved in this crime. But he is the best match for the person who threatened the cabbie, and it's not clear why. Jonathan had a theory. Jonathan's theory was that Henry Slater wants revenge on the shooters, and that he and Snowy Cutmore in the Brun gang are loyal to the Bruns now and want their own revenge, and they're abiding by the law of the underground that you don't talk to cops and you handle justice on your own. So that's our current best theory, but I am not sold completely on that. And I wonder if it could be, well, Phil Jeffs isn't really thick-set man, but that's an open question for us. Who was the threatener? It's not 100% clear to us now, still, who the 4th man that they went drinking with. We thought for a while it was Wallace, this big fat psychopath, whose nickname is the Midnight Raper. Remember, this is all true story. But he seems like from our undercover we find out he's been away. So it's probably not him. Jim Hassett has a suspicious little alibi, a little bit contradictory, but we do believe, I think, in some, that he didn't join them for their final destination. So it makes sense to me, and I think all of us, that probably the fourth man is Henry Slater, who's come in from Melbourne to connect up with the Brunn gang. Maybe even Norman Brunn made a request for him to come help him back him up because he's being threatened by the Kellys. But either way, if we get asked about it, that's a question we might need to answer. Then there's two other pieces of evidence that I think are relevant for our case that we might want to think about. There is a bloody footprint on the scene heading in a specific direction. So here's our crime scene we've reconstructed. The four drinkers get driven to Max, which is an underground illegal drinking place. They make their way in. They leave the cabbie outside somewhere, maybe here, maybe here. Probably on this street here is the cab, I'm guessing, because they go into Max from the front door. Then after they finish drinking, they try to skip out on the cabbie. The cabbie's waiting for them. They try to skip out on the cabbie to skip the fare. When they go out the back, while they're drinking, two men, young, short men, come up from Hargrave Street. They run into the cabbie. They say, hey, how many people are in there? Or how many people did you see go in there? The taxi driver says, about 5. So maybe Anna was saying, like, he wasn't asking how many people went in, but how many people are in there. That makes complete sense, by the way, Anna, as a question. He probably doesn't care how many went in. The shooters probably care about how many are in there. So that makes sense. In fact, we might want to reread that to see whether he asked them how many went in or are in. But I like that theory. We were trying to figure out, why does he say 5 instead of 4? Makes more sense that he's answering how many are in there. Anyway, they run into the cabbie. They say, how many are in there? He says about 5. Then the cabbie walks off. He's a little scared of these two toughs. The toughs go into the shadows. When our 4 drinkers emerge out the back door of Max, they're confronted by the 2 shadowy men who push down Robert Miller, the drunk, knock him over. They tell him, they scream, "This isn't about you," which confuses some witnesses. Everyone hears a different number of gunshots, 3 to 5, and then everyone scatters. On the ground lies Norman Brunn, shot twice in the neck, once in the back, something like that, maybe multiple shots in the neck. The wounds to the neck are in and out. The wound to the back, the bullet is still lodged in his back. He survives his shooting, dies the next night. He's lying on the ground with Robert Miller helping him, standing over him. 2 other men from the drinking party run off down Charlotte Lane, where they pass a beat cop, Brecht, something, who's coming up from his beat on Young Street. So he heads towards the shots. The 2 men pass him and say, "Hey, someone just got shot down there. You better hurry." Cop can't identify him. It was dark, but we believe those 2 men were the other 2 drinkers. One is Snowy Cutmore, almost for sure. However, the other one is our not completely identified person, but we now believe Henry Slater. Out from Max comes Joe McNamara, who's a friend of the victim and knows the family. The 3 of them and the cop, who's not shown, hang out over the body. The cabbie comes. They say, "What are you doing? Get that guy in a cab bring him to the hospital," where they go to the hospital. And the cabbie waits to hopefully get his fare, and they leave. But right here, we find a bloody footprint that must have been tracked in the blood while it was still warm. The shooters are seen to exit down Hargrave Street, where they came. So the bloody footprint was a 13-inch boot, which we're told probably comes from an if it's a well-fitting boot, a 11.5-inch foot or something like that. We've got a chart that predicts that person should be about 5'9". Well, we think our killers are 5'2" and 5 foot. His brother's a little taller, 5'4". So that doesn't match them if they are indeed the shooter. So one of our questions is, who could have left that footprint? Who else walked down this lane after the shots, if not the shooters? So we've got a bunch of people on the scene. It's obviously not Norman Brunn. He's lying on the ground. Robert Miller doesn't look like he left. These guys already ran off. But we know Joe McNamara eventually goes and gets the wife, who lives up here on Francis Street. So there's a couple of movement around the body that could be the person who left this footprint. It could be Mac. He's 5'8", so he does match the description, the foot size, and he could have walked through the blood to get the wife. I think that's probably our best guess. But it could also belong to the cabbie or the cop. Somewhere in our text, we're told that someone goes to get the cop, and it's not goes to get the cabbie. And it's not, we might want to reread that to see if the cabbie is over here in Hargrave and if that's where they walk to him, or if they walk to the cab, whatever. But if I had to take a guess right now, I would guess that the boots are Joe McNamara's boots and that he ran to get the wife. It does match relatively his boot size. Okay, so that's our other piece of evidence about footprint if we get asked about that. Don't forget, this was a real case. It may be that that footprint was never definitively solved and just threw the cops off. The last piece of evidence that is sort of a bit of a mystery to us are some statements from our witnesses here. The comment about "this isn't about you," we think we understand, was a comment made to Robert Miller when they pushed him down. Some witnesses thought they accidentally killed Brunn because they heard "this isn't about you," but we think we understand that. But there are two other statements. John Kean says, "I made it the footprint." John, do no hints from you. No hints from the designer. Nothing, no clues. I know that's not really a hint, but we don't need anything to push us in any direction. All right, last piece of evidence that I've got here are the statements from the witnesses. John Kean says that's not a hint. Okay. Now, there were three key statements that we heard from witnesses, things that were overheard or people said, that struck us as possibly important. The one, as I said, "this isn't about you." We think we understand that. But then there's two other interesting things that we hear get said. The wife says she talked to her husband and he told her who did it and said something along the lines of, "It was all a mistake. Don't tell the cops," or she decides she's not going to tell us. Which is a little bit interesting conflict because she also tells her friend, Mac, that she thought Tom Kelly did it, the same guy who beat up Norman Brunn and Razor Hayes a couple weeks ago. So it's a little odd that on one hand she's saying, "I'm not going to say." Well, it makes sense. She's not going to tell the cops, but she could tell her friend. But this sort of threw us that he told her it was a mistake. We might want to reread that. Maybe let's make a note to reread exactly what she says he said, a bit of hearsay. That statement about all being a mistake is what helped lean us towards thinking, did one of his friends shoot him by mistake, either returning fire or something? I don't think so now, but it's possible. Remember, we've only got one bullet recovered, so it's possible he was shot by two different people. Seems unlikely, and it seems unlikely that he would be shot in the neck by one of his friends, which is how it would have to come down for our bullets to make sense. We know, for example, if we thought Henry Slater shot him by accident, We know that the bullet in his back is a .32 and probably almost certainly belongs to Sid Kelly. So that theory would have to be that Sid Kelly shot him in the back while he was running away, and that Henry Slater turns around. We know Henry Slater does have a gun, and shoots back at Kelly, and the 2 bullets go through his friend Norman Brunn's neck on the way to missing. It's always possible, but without the bullets recovered from the neck, seems unlikely. I guess you could probably make a second guess too, right? Which is that if you were thinking about what's the likelihood you'd shoot your friend in the neck twice? Seems unlikely. However, the other thing you could say, if that was your theory, that he was hit by some friendly fire, we could... Here's a bit of a stretch of a clue, but it's interesting. We see the gun that Henry Slater has, right? We know it's a long-barreled revolver. That makes it, from our forensics book, Colt Army Special Revolver, 38, 44, 44, 45. So I was only going to point out that it seems like Henry Slater has quite a large gun here. And I wonder if you would survive getting shot twice in the neck at point-blank range by a large caliber gun. And maybe it's more likely that it's a .32, that smallish caliber gun from Sid Kelly. Just a little bit of a stretch. We have no suggestion that he was killed by his friend other than that statement. And then the other guy, Robert Miller, says about the killing, "I've never seen anything colder." So that was a little confusing to us. That again almost suggests that maybe his friend did it, and he's like says that's colder, but not really. And then I'm going to get to the chat in a second. In fact, maybe I should check in with the chat before I read the rest of these just to make sure nothing scrolls up. And it says, my new theory is that Snowy is second in lineup. He ran away with Slater. So if the cabbie points Snowy out, police will interrogate him and he will say Slater was there with him. So it's in Slater's interest to threaten him. Okay, well, that's an interesting theory because we know the guy pauses. The cabbie pauses when he sees Snowy. So maybe Slater is trying to protect Snowy, that's possible. And it says, or Jonathan's right, he could have been in the second or third lineup. Yeah, maybe. And as footprint statement, Miller's there, Mackey, then the cabbie and the cop. So how come just one set of footprints and not several? Remember, the footprint we see is someone who stepped right in the blood as they were heading down Charlotte Lane towards Hargrave. So it had to, most of them maybe were smart enough not to step in the blood. And it says, the wife tells Mackey in the cab about Tom Kelly. Brunn later told him, don't talk about it if you want to live. So yeah, okay, so the wife says who she thinks it is before she talks to him, so that makes sense. And it says, here's a reminder, he was shot in the neck and abdomen. One bullet went in and out. In other words, 2 wounds both times. Back went in and lodged 1 wound. Okay, right, so a bullet went in and out the neck and then went in the abdomen and lodged in the back. Is that what we think? So he was only hit, he was shot, 5 shots rang out, but only a couple of them hit him. Either way, only 1 bullet was recovered. All right. Let's go back to my final notes before we get started here. I thought, since we think maybe part of our job is rule out suspects, I made a list of all the people we've ruled out from our mugshots here and how we ruled them out. So Henry Slater, we ruled him out as being at least the primary shooter because he doesn't match the bullet caliber we found in our victim's back. Jim Hassett, we think, has a good alibi. No, it's a little iffy. It's by his landlady who's in love with him. Then we've got some right-hand men of these big shot women, Tilly Devine and Kate Lee. All of these gunmen that work for these gangsters, most of them got eliminated various ways. Greg Gaffney here. We saw his gun, doesn't match. Tom Kelly, the other brother of Sid, his gun also doesn't match, and the cops have his gun. Remember, guns would have been quite expensive. They're not going to be carrying around 3 or 4 guns. Wallace, the other gang member of Brunn, seems to have been out of town. Kate Lee alibis her right-hand man, Wally Tomlinson, because she's sleeping with him on the night, we believe. Phil Jeffs, who's we think has hired the Kellys and is the third underworld boss here. He had a party that night and seems to volunteer lots of people that would know that he was at the party, and he's not going to be a shooter type. Razor Jack Hayes, the prior gang member, he's laid up in the hospital. We got a weird thing about Miller, who we have no reason to suspect would have been the shooter, but we also, I just made a note, we've got a weird statement about how we catch that he's a left-hander. I'm not sure why that's relevant to us, except maybe if we finally get fingerprints from the last place they went drinking, that'll be helpful. I don't know. That's a little weird. I don't know why. It's not an alibi that he was a left-hander. I've just noted it here. It seems like the game might be suggesting that that should be important to us. I don't know. Jim Devine, the other right-hand husband of Tilly Devine, we saw his gun as well. It doesn't match. And Frank Green, the other person, we were told he might be motivated to shoot Norman Brunn because he's sweet on Norman's prostitute girlfriend. She's over here somewhere. He's got an alibi with Tilly Devine that the 3 of them were taking care of their working girls. Then we could ask any of the working girls, they'd confirm it. We didn't do it, but it seems like a reasonable thing. And then I've just summarized who we think the drinkers and the shadow men are, and that's where I am. All right. Let us, as our last step, look at the notes Anna sent and see if there's anything we need to talk about. Here's something in Anna's. So most of what Anna's just reconstructing timeline a little bit. Anna, you've got a comment here that I don't think is right, that I don't think we have evidence for, but if we do, I want to know. Anna's note says they're out drinking and Tom Kelly came in and saw Brunn and went away. That's not right, is it? We know that you've got here, before closing, a big guy comes in, who we think might be Slater, stares at Brunn, and then Brunn says, okay, guys, time to move along. So we believe that Norman is drinking, and we know some big guy comes in, waits at the door, Norman sees him and says, okay, let's go, guys. And so we think it's probably him. He's out of town, they're friends, but we don't know for sure. But Anna has this separate note that Tom Kelly came in and saw Brunn. And Anna also reminds me that actually Nellie alibied Frank Green as well. She said they were together. That's good. That's a good point. She alibied him. That's right. She did. So let me just add this. Frank Green, who's sweet on her. So I'm going to say alibi with Nellie. Okay, now, Anna and Jonathan, do you remember this? I don't believe this is accurate, that Tom Kelly came in and saw them drinking. That would be kind of big if it was true. Do you stand by this, Jonathan? Do you remember this? Skipping that for now, Anna's just reconstructing what we know. They drank with O'Brien. O'Brien went home. They discussed where to go next. Anna is talking about, was Slater the muscle now that Wallace is out of town? That makes sense. We're suggested by our undercover, maybe the reason they hit Norman Brunn today was because Wallace is out of town, the sociopath, and the other Razor Jack's in the hospital, so this would be an opportune time to attack Norman Brunn. And then Anna has a couple notes here. Did Brunn want to meet up with Snowy there? Was it a chance meeting? Why did Snowy go with them? Was he part of the setup? This was a discussion of, are they being set up by one of their insiders? Were the shadowy people tipped off? I think it's an interesting question. I'm guessing, remember this is all real life, I'm guessing that we're overcomplicating it, that the two people were just hanging out, that the shooters, the brothers, were just hanging out where they know he lives. Remember, he lives right here, and he frequently comes here to drink after 6 p.m. So they may just know that. Or, don't forget, Max is a joint financed by Phil Jeffs, and we think Phil Jeffs is behind this a bit, so he may just have told him, hey, Norman comes here every night. If you hang out outside, you're likely to see him. Jonathan says, I don't remember that part about Tom Kelly coming in. I believe this is wrong. I believe there's only one man that comes in and sees them, and that's the big man that I think goes with them, but we can try to find that. Last notes from Anna are kind of clever here. She says, Max says he doesn't know the fourth guy. If that's Slater, does that make sense? They're both from Melbourne. They both knew Brun well. Wouldn't he know about Henry Slater? The only thing I'll say there is Henry Slater is a seriously dangerous man. Everyone knows he's a hitman. He's a very dangerous guy. And so you could see why you would leave him out of your description and be like, there was some other guy there. I don't know who he was. I'm not going to identify him. So I think if he's lying, there would be good reason for him to lie other than he's involved in it. It also goes to suggest why he wouldn't be part of the people shooting Norman Brun, because it's insane to think you would need the Kellys to ambush them to kill him and then have an insider backup to kill him. Makes no sense. Like, this guy's quite... he can handle the murder by himself. If this guy was going to double-cross his friend and kill Norman Brun, who doesn't carry a gun, and this guy carries like a .45 and is a feared man, you wouldn't need to have the Kellys involved. You just, if he was willing to double-cross his best friend or his friend and kill him, he would do it himself. So the idea of having these killers meet up and kill him, it doesn't make any sense. All right, so then Anna just summarizes here. Was Sid the only shooter? Did someone else fire? I don't see it. It's overcomplicating things if you ask me. And it also says, who left the bloody footprints? This is just what I said before. The cabbie runs to Brun. Miller's staggering over the body. McNamara runs outside as well. You heard my guess that it's most likely McNamara. But if we found a description of how the person goes to get the cabbie, that might be our answer. If someone has to run down here to get the cabbie, then that could, for example, the cop, then that could be his footprints as well. And Anna has some questions. Was Phil Jeffs the one who ordered the hit on Brun? Likely. I do think that's right. We were talking about, like, if they beat him up the previous week, why would they now kill him? But I think if you think about it in real life, remember, it starts with Norman Brun and Jack Hayes slashing this guy's throat. Then these two brothers go get revenge on him a couple weeks ago by kicking them and shooting Razor Jack Hayes, and he's in the hospital. So we were saying, why would they now ambush and shoot him? Why wouldn't they have done it a couple weeks ago? But you can easily see a situation where these are fellow gang members. Starts with this gang assaulting this gang, then this gang a couple weeks later assaults and puts Razor Jack Hayes in the hospital with a gunshot. You could imagine that weeks go by and these guys are thinking, we shot but didn't kill Razor Jack Hayes. And we hear word on the street now that when he gets out of the hospital, this whole gang is going to come kill them. So they may be sitting there thinking, we got to strike while we can, while this guy's not got all his friends around him, and kill him off now. And it may be that Phil Jeffs, who these guys are robbing, is saying, yeah, you need to go kill him and I'll pay for it and I'll fund it. Or, you know, you could see how it would be in everyone's interest to strike this guy and kill him while he can before he gets back to his extortion. So this is the discussion here. Was it revenge, or did Phil Jeffs hire it? We know that Phil Jeffs gives an alibi for these two. I think that's the evidence we need that he's sort of in on it. And then Anna is saying, who was the person that threatened the cabbie? It matches Slater's description, but why would he do it? Why did Slater come to Sydney? Is he in with Brunn? We're told that maybe he's come to Sydney to hook up with Brunn. And I think that might make sense. All right, that's a big, long recap. Let's just check in with the chat here as well. Sue Park says, nice t-shirt. And it says, I searched my notes. I don't know why I thought Tom was there. I made my notes as a last effort last night, so it's not 100%. Jonathan says, if Slater and Henry are involved, my theory is it has to do with getting back into Squizzy Taylor's good graces, all related to Taylor, Brunn, and Snowy definitely on the outs. Maybe Squizzy hates Brunn. All right, we're told the backstory of Norman Brunn is he flees Melbourne to Sydney because he runs into trouble with Squizzy Taylor, this character off screen, and then he hooks up with these other Melbourne regulars to run a gang in Sydney. So we see some suspicious scenes. Snowy and Henry Slater are hanging out together at the burial, and they're actually seen talking to the Kellys. That gave us more thought of could they be in on it. But it's way overcomplicated to me. You wouldn't... Okay, anyway, but that was evidence that they were in on it, and then that helped us, encouraged us for these theories that were they setting up Brunn and working with the Kellys, and is that why they were talking? But the description of them talking wasn't very clear. So these guys could be threatening these guys. I read the scene afterwards as this guy was slapping the razor on his throat, on his fist. I read this as these guys planning revenge and still loyal to the Brunns, but you could read it either way. The one thing I will say, remember this is a real world case. To me, it's overcomplicating things to think. Imagine you want to kill Norman Brunn, okay? Imagine he's the guy you're going to assassinate. So you've got two guys with guns that are fully capable of killing him and shooting him. And what's your theory? That you're going to, in addition to hiring these guys to shoot him and ambush him, you're going to sort of get two of the four. And remember, this guy's like not even involved in all this. He's just a drinker. He's not really the gang member. So what? You had to hire two of his professional hitman gang members to lure him in. He doesn't even carry a gun, to lure him into this place, this whole complicated scheme so that you could all shoot him. It makes no sense. You would just have this guy kill him on his own, or have this guy say, meet me here, and not even be there. The idea that they would shoot him while they were all out drinking is just way overcomplicated. It just doesn't make sense. You don't need that many people to get this guy killed. So I think his gang members are loyal to him, and they're just not involved in setting him up. That's my theory. But Jonathan's statement makes sense. If we found out that they were involved, it would be because of some backstory, perhaps, of why Slater was in Sydney and why there might be trouble that gets revenge on Brunn. All right. But Jonathan says, my street justice theory makes more sense. That's the idea that Snowy and Slater want revenge on the Kellys, and they don't want to talk to the cops and involve the cops. They're going to take care of justice on their own. Well, that's a long recap. Anything more we need to say before we jump into Tuesday? That's going to suffice for our main recap. Normally when we play these games, we tend to have a long recap at the end of the case before we solve it. I think, assuming things don't change, we'll probably just add to that, and that'll be our recap of the case for the most part. If John Kean is still in the channel, I just want to remind him, if he hasn't watched from the beginning, that after we finish this case, and I think we'll finish it with plenty of time tonight, we are going to talk about the game. What we liked, what we didn't, what's room for improvement. I have my 8-page list of notes that I've made on the game, the experience, game design ideas, rooms for improvement, things that worked, things that didn't, etc. So we will get to that. Jonathan says, going back a bit, the final paragraph of the overview section of the rule book goes over scoring briefly. Oh yes, did I skip that part about skill levels? Let's see. Final paragraph of the overview section. Okay. At the end of the game, you will earn points for answering key questions, for correctly solving the mystery, and for the current value of your abilities. So Jonathan wants to remind us that having high values for our abilities will help us get a better score. Although I will say that is not normally the way we play these games. That is sort of saying that rather than use your time to investigate, you're going to use your time for a better score. So we can decide when if we run out of stuff to do, then we'll end early and get a better score. But if we've got stuff to do, we will not worry about score. We don't tend to worry about score in these games. Now, I have also marked here in this book locations that we haven't, that there are options, choices, or things like if you get here before 6 p.m., you can do this. So they're marked here. We might want to look at those before we start playing, just to see if there are things we want to do at certain times and loose ends that we want to follow up on. But we'll have to wake up first. Well, I guess we could look at this before we decide how late to sleep. But there's going to be a morning event that will change the case a little bit. I'll remind you, we took fingerprints back on Friday and we still haven't gotten results yet. I'm hoping we're going to get them on Tuesday. Not that we think they're very informative for us, because they're fingerprints of the 4 drinkers. Maybe they're going to confirm for us that Slater was the 4th drinker. That would be useful to really nail down that 4th drinker, but we'll see. All right, Jonathan, Anna, anything more to say before we... Well, we're going to take a little break before we actually get started, but just to... while I'm waiting for final comments here, Anna says, you're right, it's probably just a straightforward drug war. Before we finish our preliminary comments and take a break, I think we should quickly look at my tabs here for places we didn't finish. So the Burdekin Hotel was where Jim Hassett had a meeting with Norman Brunn set up. Remember, we went there at the time of the meeting and talked to Jim Hassett. So I just want to note that we can actually go there on a different day than the meeting. There was the meeting, we went to that one, but we didn't stop in at the hotel just to stop in. Now, why would we do that? There's not much reason we would do that, except it is a hotel in Charlotte Lane where the shooting occurred and where Brunn lives in this neighborhood. So before 6 p.m., we've seen 6 p.m. mentioned in several places with options, and that's because Sydney has strict drinking laws. So after 6 p.m., the drinking establishments shut down. So before 6 p.m., we could find a drinker who might have heard some scuttlebutt, whatever. So we might want to go to this hotel just to see if anyone has heard anything. We haven't done that. Our next tab here is Brunn's house. I feel like it's a little bit of leaking information and cheating, but I will note we haven't done all the things. There's more entries for Brunn's house depending on when you go there. So we might want to think about going back there. This is a place we probably don't have to go to. Kippick Street is one of our crime lords. It's either Kate Lee or Tilly Devine. I don't remember. It's Kate Lee. Kate Lee, who we ran into on Monday, who's quite a character. So after 6 p.m. we went and we needed to use the password to get in. So there is an entry here if you go there before 6 p.m. Probably it's just going to say no one's there. So probably this is not useful for us. And we already went in there and met her. And so we have little value in going back to Kate Lee. We don't think she's involved. There's the Aurora Hotel in this same neighborhood where Kate Lee runs. And we got good information from the drinkers there. Probably if you come there after night, no one's there drinking, so that's useless. So that's probably going to be useless to us. We have no other reason. We have no other reason to go there except, let me amend that a little bit. The reason we originally went to the Aurora Hotel is because we know that Snowy Cutmore, one of the gang, lives near the Best Hole Cafe. So we thought maybe Snowy lives at the Aurora Hotel, and that's why we originally went there. When we went there, we talked to the drunks and got very good information about a password into Kippick's. Makes sense, they're right next door. But it's conceivable that if we go there at night, we might ask if Snowy Cutmore lives there. Seems unlikely. Next entry that's unfinished is... we could go back to the cemetery to visit the grave in the daytime or at night. Pretty fun, but almost certainly nothing interesting there, that we could see someone hanging out at the grave. Maybe Nellie, the girlfriend, will visit the grave. Don't know, but probably we could just sit there and meditate and reflect on our case if we've got time. 65 was the home of Phil Jeffs. We actually got there early in the morning on Monday or Sunday and woke him up and talked to him. So I don't know what the value would be of coming there late, but you never know. He could be hanging out there with the Kelly brothers, but probably not useful to us. This was the password that we could have forced our way into Kate Lee's joint. I don't know why we would want to come back and force our way in now that we know the password. So almost certainly we won't want to go there. The Fitzroy Hotel was where we met our undercover yesterday. That's in the Lou neighborhood. We could have gone to that hotel on some other time, either at night or early, and catch drinkers. It's hard to imagine why that would provide us any value. I think we know Robert Miller, the drinker, lives in this neighborhood, so we could catch him drinking, but he's already talked to us. There doesn't seem any real value in trying to randomly go to a hotel and see if there's anything there. We've got tips. If we can meet up with the undercover, we could ask about more tips. We've gone to the ones that are of most interest to us, but for flavor, if we can meet up with him again, we might want to ask him about Springleaf the reporter. Maybe we'll find some dirt on him. Or our competitor cop, Butler. Maybe he'd have something interesting to say about that. I don't think we've got any place that's critical for our case, but maybe for fun, we could do that. And then lastly, the location at the Presbyterian Church where our girlfriend, side chick, prostitute, number one prostitute in the town, Nellie, works. We went and talked to her, and she gave us an alibi and alibied Frank Green. But we could go back there at a different time. Maybe if we do that, we'll talk to the other ladies of the night who might confirm the divine alibis, but probably not useful. Or maybe we get another chance to talk to Nellie, which could be fun, but not important for our case. So there you have it, a summary of the places that we know about that are unresolved. You could also imagine we could look at these and make sure there's no place that looks interesting that we never visited. There are a couple of places that we've never visited here, but it's not clear that there's a reason why we would. For example, we never went to the 238 Palmer, the Tradesman Arms Hotel, even though we know that the Lees, no, it's not the Lees, the Vines have a joint here. Maybe if we go there, we'd get to talk to the women who will give an alibi for the Devines. Woods Lane, we never went there either. It doesn't strike a bell, but maybe. We know that the game will punish you for going to a place you have no reason to go to. So I don't think, and in keeping with the spirit of the game, we don't go to places that we don't have reasons to go to. All right, so before we set Leonard Allman back on the case and take a little break, anything else that the chat wants to talk about? Before we take our break, we're at an hour. Makes sense. This is how we do it. Spend an hour recapping, and then we're going to jump in. Anything else from the chat to talk about before we take our break? Anything you just want to talk about life, talk about movies since last night? I did see that Dave Neal, the author of the Baker Street Irregulars box, which is right off screen there, that green box, one of our favorite Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective boxes, he made a post on some thread talking about fan expansions for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, and mentioned that he had played one that was one of the best he'd played. It's something about the corpse, something corpse. So if we're looking for another fan-made expansion to play from Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, that would not be a bad choice at all. Jonathan says, which of the post-mortem cases is on the wall? I believe it's Lights, Camera, Murder that I put up. No, it's the final one. It's Lucha Muerte. I think. I don't remember now. I'll check it. And then, as I've said last week, the medieval detective game is up there that people in the on the Board Game Geek thread. That's a good thing to mention. If you're interested in helping us choose what games to play next, whether you want to join us for them or not, there is a game queue thread on Board Game Geek for this channel. It's in the Guild for Co-op for Two channel. You can find a link to that in the YouTube community tab. And in that little section, we've got a list of potential games to play next, and we talk about scheduling them and what to play next. And we're wide open after this. So we may play that medieval detective game, or we could play a Sherlock Holmes fan case, but join us on that thread and let us know what games you'd like to see us play next. Anything else? Purple Princess here says, hello, I'm new here. Out of curiosity, where are you streaming from? I'm not going to answer. If you watch the beginning of the stream, every stream I announce it, which is probably annoying to people, but it just feels like the right thing to do. It's sort of an old school thing. So if you watch the beginning of the stream, if you rewind, you will see the announcement I make. Not that I don't want to answer your question. I just think I say it every time that, okay, anything else? Let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll start the game. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're about to start our third and final session, actual playthrough of Razorhurst. Playing on the day of Tuesday, the 28th of June, 1927. It looks like my lazy detectives want to sleep in, is the consensus. Sleep in and work up our stats. I don't know if I fully agree with that, but let's take a look. at Leonard Almond and whether he feels like sleeping in to be well rested for the final day of his case. So his observation is already quite high, persuasion middling, so thankfully we're not too low on stats. If we sleep in, we could get everything. We could get observation up by 1 to max, 2 persuasions up to 5. I don't want to sleep beyond noon, so why not sleep in? Why not sleep in as long as possible? Well, I do think I'd like to go to our undercover. I think that's a thematically fun thing to do. Maybe get information about the newspaper reporter and our fellow cop. But I agree with Jonathan that it's not going to be critical for our game. But I'd like to have that chance. And our fingerprints may come in, and there are things that only are available before 6. So I don't want to sleep in too late. But I think probably if we sleep until 10, we could easily sleep until 10 and we're not going to miss our undercover. And that would bump up 2 persuasions, 1 observation, and 1 force, which leaves us pretty low on force. We could sleep all the way in till noon. That wouldn't kill us. I'm not afraid too much. But I think if we sleep until 10, that gives us pretty good stats, and it gets us up early, ready to go. It's probably more time than we need. But I guess it's a little complicated because if we wake up early and we've got some events later in the day, it means by the time we get to those events, we'll be fatigued. So you could argue for sleeping until noon. And then we'd be really well set for everything and probably wouldn't miss our undercover. So I could be convinced to sleep in till noon. It's a little wasteful in terms of observation. But I guess if we wake up at 10, we lose 2 observations right away. Whereas if we sleep till noon, we only lose 1 observation right away. I've convinced everyone to 10 a.m. and now I'm second guessing that maybe we should go till noon. How about we compromise and we wake up at 11? That's a wasted observation, but on the other hand, it's not a wasted observation lost. Remember the mechanic of if we don't gain it, we lose it. All right, so we're going to compromise. We're going to wake up at 11. So we get back 1 force, 2 observation, but we're already maxed out at 6, and 2 persuasion, which puts us at 5. All right, is everyone okay with that? So observation goes up to max of 6. Persuasion, we get 2 of those back. That goes up to 5. Force, we only get 1 back, and then we're going to lose it right away. So we're running low. We're going to run low on force. Unless I sleep till noon, then we'll have lots of force. Maybe we're going to need force for a final showdown. I don't think we are. I think we're okay. I don't want to miss the undercover. Let's wake up early at 11 on the final day. It makes sense. We're excited. It's our final day. If there's some events we want to go to, we want time to do it, we can always end the day early. Okay, so there we are. There are our stats. 654. Gives us a little bit of room to spend stuff. Here we go. We're waking up at 11 a.m. and we're going to read number 33. I did a little Greg trick on you. I convinced you to agree to something, and then I changed my mind. All right, here we go. 33. Tuesday, 28 June, 1927. Kreuter looks up from a complex tangle of paperwork as you enter. Time's almost up, sunshine. The inquest starts tomorrow. I hope you're all over this. Butler's rounded up every Tom, Dick, and Harry that ever ventured near Darlinghurst, chained them in the dungeon, and tried to harangue a confession out of them. As far as I can tell, nobody's talked yet, but I wouldn't put it past him to start in with Spanish water torture next. Actually, he told me he's getting close, but you know, that's Butler, all talk. And speaking of talk, Fahey said he'll be in Queen's Square at lunchtime today. If you need to talk to him. That's why we woke up early, in case we want to talk to him. Queen's Square at lunchtime. You're just heading out when Kreuter calls. Oh yeah, I almost forgot this. He's holding out a manila file with a couple of pieces of paper inside. That's our fingerprint report. If you know B, then read 197. Otherwise, read 146. So I'm quite curious. This is related to one of my discussion points of the game. This is going to be about our fingerprints, surely. And I wonder if it's not going to give us those. We were talking about the fingerprints, how it would be really a shame if someone didn't score that ability test, doesn't get any fingerprints. But maybe these are just two ways to get told about the fingerprints either way. That'll be interesting to come back and check that out. We do have B, so we are going to get 197. But I want to make sure I check this at the end of the game. Let's make a note. I want to see how the game worked about that. Okay, so we're going to read 197. Let's record that Fahey at Queen's Square at lunchtime. What do you think is lunchtime? I think of that as around noon, but maybe he's probably got a range at which he's there. So probably if we woke up at noon, we'd be fine if we went there. All right, let's read 197. $197 from 33. You take the file from Kreuter and look inside. It's the results of the fingerprint analysis of the drinking glasses from the Best Hole Cafe. The technician found reasonable prints of thumb and index and middle fingers, though some were a bit blurred. Glass 1 had a whorled thumb and loops on the index and middle fingers. Glass 2 had no whorls on the thumb, index, or middle finger. Glass 3 had whorls on the thumb and middle fingers, but a loop on the index. And the direction of these prints indicated that the drinker was using his left hand, unlike the other prints. Glass 4 had prints from an arched thumb and arched index finger. The other prints were too smudged to be useful. The technician writes it will take them a few more days to search for exact matches with the prints on records. It's also possible they won't have any reference prints for the suspects at all. After studying the report, you hand it back to Kreuter and thank him. Then you head out for your last day of investigation before you have to front up McKay with a suspect. Okay, so we've got quite a fun little moment in the game here where we've got our fingerprint report that we're going to spend a little bit of time on now. It's a little odd that it doesn't seem important to our theory of the case. These are just the 4 drinkers, but maybe if we're not clear if Slater really is one of those drinkers, this will help us nail it down. But it is a little odd that it doesn't seem so important, like we're going to get information here that we need. This is just going to be not about our shooter, but you never know. All right, so time to get into fingerprints. Let's walk through this. First of all, you probably noticed that there's a mention here about a left-hander. This is probably going to be Miller, who we happened to notice when we talked to him was left-handed. So let's start there. and look at his mugshot fingerprints and see if we can make sense of it. Someone else could be left-handed as well, of course. All right, so where's our fingerprinting forensics book that tells us about this? Where did I put it? Where did I put the forensics book? Detective rules, forensics. Okay, let's get everything organized here better. All right, so if you remember, the forensic Henry fingerprint system about whorls and arches can be kind of complicated, but the actual Henry system is quite simple. It has to do with counting which fingers have whorls. So let's use our glass 3, our Miller glass first. So glass 3, they were saying the prints are normally thumb, index, and middle finger. Okay? Glass 3 is held with the left hand. It has whorls on the thumb and middle fingers, and a loop on the index. Okay, so let's look here. We've got left hand, held by the left hand, right? And it says there's a whorl on the thumb. Sorry, let me get this where you can see it. There's a whorl on the thumb of the left hand and a whorl on the middle finger of the left hand. Loop on index, so you don't count that. The direction of these prints indicated the drinker was using left hand, and we don't know anything about the rest of these. Okay? We don't know anything about what's on their right hand finger. We just know left hand has, we could compute the number. It would tell us that the blue number on top is going to be 4 plus 2 plus 1, but also maybe 16 and 8 for the blue number. But we don't have to worry about that because we can just worry about the binary form of the fingerprint. We're told that when you write it, the alternate way to write down the fingerprints is here by using zeros for whorls and dashes for arch or loop. So what we know is that when we look at this person's mugshot, we're going to see for the left hand 0, unknown, 0, unknown, unknown. Not unknown, though. We're told that a loop on the index finger. Okay, so this is actually not an unknown, but a dash. So when we look on our mugshots for left hand, we're looking for someone with 0, dash, 0, and then here we don't know. So let's start with who we think this probably is, the left-handed Miller, who we know was drinking with them. Let me get everyone organized here. Where did I put them? Okay. So if it's Miller, and if I've not misunderstood something, we're going to see Miller with a 0, dash, 0 and something else on his left hand. So let's look at Miller. Okay, there's his left hand. There's his left hand. It is indeed 0, dash, 0. And then 2 consistent things at the end. So this fingerprint of glass 3 is consistent with Robert Miller. Now we're not told he's left-handed here, we happen to know it, but that means if we wanted to see if it belonged to anyone else, we'd have to check both left and right hand. So just for fun, if we wanted to do that, we would say, do we have a 0, dash, 0, 0 for anyone on either hand? No, oh, in fact we do know. The rest of these are for the right hand, it says. It says, unlike the others, they're left-handed. So everyone else, we'd be looking at their right hand. So if we looked at right hand, 0, dash, 0, no. Robert Miller, we checked his left hand, he's consistent. Snowy, no. Remember, dashes mean it was a loop or an arch. Not consistent, not consistent. Now, if we thought there were other people drinking, for example, I guess, we know Jim Hassett stopped in here with them. Let's see his fingerprints. Nope, not consistent, no 0-0. If we thought there would be reason for Dick O'Brien to be there, he is on his left hand is a 0-0. So if we thought Dick O'Brien was at this last stop of drinking, he would be consistent, but we don't. We're fairly sure he went home from the first drinking stop. So I think we can stop. We could check. I mean, we might want to check our shooters just so we know what we're looking at. Phil Jeffs is a 32/32. He's every whirl on every finger. Tom Kelly has got one whirl on his index finger, on both index finger, and Sid Kelly has one whirl on his right index finger. So maybe just something to keep in mind. But we really don't believe the shooters were at this place, at least at this time. So glass three, we're saying Robert Miller. At least he's the only one consistent of the people we think were anywhere near here that we have prints for. Okay, let's set Robert Miller aside. Let's look at our next glass. Glass 1 has a world thumb and loops on the index and middle. So let's see. Let's cross these off. Okay, remember everything else is right-handed. All right, glass 1 has a world thumb, so that's going to be a 0. Loops on the index and middle, dash, dash. And that's all we know. So right hand, 0, dash, dash. Let's see who that is from our primary people. 0, dash, dash on the right hand. It's not Jim Hassett. It's not Norman. Yes, it could very well be Norman Brunn. It's not Henry Slater. It's not Snowy Cutmore, and it's not Joe McNamara. Let's just check our people here. Let's see if we can confirm all of the fingerprints to our people. So we think that's probably Norman Brunn. We don't know for sure that he's right-handed, but we're going to assume he is. Okay, so that's our glass 1 belonging to Norman Brunn. Okay, let's deal with glass 2 now. This is police procedural work. Go check out High and Low if you want a good police procedural by Akira Kurosawa. Okay, glass 1 is Brunn. Glass 3 is Robert Miller. Glass 2 has no whirls on the thumb, index, or middle finger. So that's a dash, dash, dash. Let's see who that could be. It's not Jim Hassett. Definitely could be Joe McNamara, he's not there. But look who it could be, Snowy Cutmore or Henry Slater. Wow, they're both 1-1s. They both don't have any whirls. So glass 2 could be Snowy or Slater. Let's see if glass 4 helps us. They have identical fingerprints as far as the Henry fingerprint system is concerned. No way using Henry fingerprint system to distinguish between the two. Glass 4 had prints from an arched thumb and arched index. The other prints were too smudged. So again, consistent with a dash dash. So dash dash is not Jim Hassett, but it would be consistent with either of those. So Snowy or Slater. So what's really ironic here is that the fingerprints are totally useless to us. Because the real question we had was to confirm whether Henry Slater was there. And He's the one we can't confirm. Slater or Snowy. Both glass 2 and 3 are consistent with Slater or Snowy. Don't forget, this could be real life. We don't know if these are the real fingerprints that were gathered. But it's also, yeah, so unfortunately the fingerprints did not help us, but I thought it was quite fun to go through it. John Kean is responding to Anna about mechanics of the game design, about the things. We'll get back to that. We'll talk about that. Okay, but not very useful. Not very useful for us. It is, however, completely consistent with the idea that these are our 4 drinkers. These 2 we feel pretty good about. These 2, it's consistent with them. And I guess you could go one step further. You could go one step further. You could try to make a guess about what's the likelihood that glasses 2 and 3 have no whorls. Just for fun, let's look at this again for a second. Because in the forensic book, it tells us a little bit about the statistics. Where does it say it? Okay, let's see. Loops are the most common, accounting for 65% of fingerprints. Whorls come in different flavors, often featuring circuits. 30% of fingerprints have whorls. Arches have ridges that arches comprise 5% of fingerprints. Whorls are 30% of fingerprints. So the fact that we've got no whorls is not that useful to us. All right, so fingerprints not that useful to us. I suppose if we had fingerprints of Wallace, we could eliminate him, but we don't have, I guess we have no evidence that Jim Hassett is there, which is kind of semi-useful, although we were told he came and had a drink. All right, fun, but not that useful for us. Yes, Jonathan Warner is telling John Kean. We usually go into it. Not that he said anything wrong, but I'm worried that John Kean is going to leak something that will help us click and figure something out. But we will come back to that and talk about it. But you guys can talk in the channel if you want. But I need my detectives paying attention to the case. So don't get distracted. All right, so now we leave. So we're done. Our day has started. A time has not clicked by. It's 11 a.m. We're at, let's put Joe McNamara back. All right, so we're pretty high on skills, and we're in Taylor Square. We've never been to the Oxford Hotel, I don't think. I can't remember if we have, but I don't know if there's no reason for us to go there if we haven't, and maybe I've forgotten. It might be nice. The game does give you a list in the beginning of all the different places, and if we probably should have been circling them as we visited them to keep track of where we haven't gone. But since we don't have any reason to go there now that we know of, we probably won't. We already been to the Courthouse Hotel, so I guess we're going to be leaving here. So we're going to leave. Where shall we go? Where do people want to go next? Is it too early to go talk to our undercover? We'd get there at noon. Maybe we should start out at the undercover. Where are the places I wanted to go? Of all the places, there's really not much more place to go. We're for fun just finishing up some loose ends. if we wanted to, John says, sure, let's go to the undercover. All right, let's go to the undercover. We might want to take a moment to think about anticipating we're going to go into our boss's office, Mackie or whatever his name is, I forget, and we're going to say, well, you know who did it, boss? The shooter is Sid Kelly, and Phil Jeffs, the mob boss, was working with him and hired the Kellys, or at least encouraged them to go kill off Brun. If that's our theory of the case, what extra evidence would we want to bring him? Well, we know their alibis are no good because they're all inconsistent. We've seen Sid Kelly's gun, and we know that's consistent. Is there any other evidence we would try to gather on them, or evidence to rule out other people that it could be? If we think if we want to tie up our loose ends and we think the bloody footprint was Joe McNamara, we might go talk to him. I think we have already talked to him. I don't think he's got more to tell us. All right, let's go to our undercover and take care of that early. Maybe he'll tell us something that we want to see. Maybe we should go to the cemetery and see if they're sitting there mourning him. It's a fun idea. All right, but we're going to travel to, where is the undercover today? At Queen Square, huh? Where is Queen Square? Is that someplace we've never been? Yeah, okay, that's kind of fun. We've never been to Queen Square. So let's travel to Queen Square. So we're going to 78 Queen's Square. Noon. So we have to travel. So we're crossing off a travel click, which brings us down in force to 3. If we have to do something that requires force, we can sacrifice skills. All right. It's not 78, is it? It's 98. 98. All right, so we're at McGuire Square, and we are at Queen Square. Let's do 98, and let's start thinking about what we want to ask him about. Anna says we could read the undercover stuff after we finish the game if it's just for flavor. Queen Square is a large irregular space with a tangle of roadways and tram lines circling a statue of Queen Victoria, erected 40 years ago for Australia's centenary. Along the south edge, the trees of Hyde Park promise a respite from the noise and fumes of the traffic. If the time is 12 or 1 p.m., read 152. I'll just note, if we had slept till 1 p.m., till noon, we might have almost missed this guy, so that's why we got up a little earlier than we otherwise would have. But that would hurt. Not that we really need to go. Okay, 152. Why isn't it sending us to 145? Oh yeah, this is going to be the scene to describe how we find him. 152 from 98. Taking a seat on the short stone wall beneath the distinctive triple windows of St. James Church, you're joined minutes later by a law clerk who sits near you to eat his lunchtime sandwich. It's Fahey, of course. He greets you quietly without ever looking directly at you, between mouthfuls of corned beef and brown bread. He's always eating. Look at this. Placed 2 tip tokens. And we get 2 today. Okay, there's our 2 tip tokens that Leonard has to spend. All right, and let's go to 145, familiar place. All right, 2 tips to spend. What have we got? Jim Devine, Tilly Devine, Gaffney and Green. We don't think they're involved in any way. We got no reason to think they're involved. Although, don't forget, there's a tall man that joins them drinking that we don't know who it could be. I suppose maybe if we've got someone that it could be. Okay, let's see here for a second. I mean, maybe we should have tried harder to eliminate people from being that fourth man. So it can't be Sid Kelly. We know it's not going to be him. But what about our underworld guys? Maybe we should have thought about this a tiny bit more. We know they have no whorls on their fingers. So let's just look at these gunmen and see if we can eliminate them for being one of them. All right, we know the fourth person drinking them with them couldn't have been Wally or Greg. They've got whorls on their thumb and index. Let's make sure that they're not out drinking with Frank Green. Surely they're not with Jim Devine, but let's see. Okay, well, Frank Green is the only one consistent. Now, we think Frank Green has got a good alibi, but I'll just point out, Frank Green is consistent with the fingerprints, and he's 5'5". He's not really a tall built man, and he's got a scar. He would be recognizable. And he's jealous. It's probably not going to be Frank Green. Almost certainly not. And Nellie gave us an alibi for him, but he's sweet on Nellie. Okay, let's see what the chat has voted for. Anna says McNamara or Miller. McNamara is Mac's Club guy owner, and Miller is our drunkard. These do not seem useful to me. Jonathan says maybe Wally Tomlinson and Gaffney to try to get contradictory evidence just because, well, Wally Tomlinson we think is eliminated because he was sleeping with Kate Lee. Remember, he's her right-hand man, and he's sleeping with Lee. In my list of people we've eliminated, I've already eliminated Wally Tomlinson. He's got a good... Remember, he was all blushing when she said she was sleeping with him. So I think he's cleared. And then Greg Gaffney, he's also eliminated. We saw his gun, and it's not the right gun. So these guys are eliminated. Frank Green is given a alibi by Nellie and by the Devines, but his fingerprint is consistent. I just don't think it's him, but what if he was with them? I don't see it. I just don't see it. He doesn't match the description, does he? He's the little gunman. We could talk to Nellie about him, perhaps. We can still get letters that are supposed to rule people out. That's an interesting point. Is Joe McNamara ruled out? Boy, it just does not. Joe McNamara I don't have ruled out, but boy, I just don't see how he's very useful. You don't want to go read about Springleaf or Butler, our detective? All right, let's see. What does the chat want? John said, to clarify, I think we might get lettered evidence that's supposed to rule people out. I think that logic is good, but we've already got evidence to rule out. I mean, I don't know if we circled anything, but we've got the information to rule out Gaffney, Jim Devine, Tomlinson, I suppose if you think that Miller shot him by accident, we could talk to Miller. I just don't see it. I think since we don't have that much to do today, if we want to, all right, here's the way I can think of to make case. If there's any possibility that Frank Green could be the fourth person, that might be the place to go, though I don't see how that's going to help us or get us good information. So mainly, I just think we could get some good flavor here on our cop. Maybe we get some information to use against him if he's trying to take credit, or we could get information on Springleaf for a little side story. All right. Jonah says, I'm being a bit more score focused. The game says letters of evidence help our score. It doesn't say letters of evidence, but yes, I see what you mean. But if you want to make that the case, that we have to gain evidence to eliminate people, then the argument would be that we should look at McNamara, Miller, who else have we not eliminated? So McNamara, I guess McNamara is a bit of an interesting figure here. He runs this joint. I think we should read McNamara. Do you know who the Miller guy is? I want to know something about him. He was there. He's the drunk friend. All right, why don't we do Miller and McNamara? They're the two people at the scene of the crime. They seem to be friends of Brunn's. Let's do that. Let's start with McNamara. He's an interesting guy. He's talked to the wife. Let's do it. Let's do McNamara. 46. '46 tip. We haven't strictly been able to eliminate him, so maybe. Joe McNamara, 46. And you guys can think about what next. Joe McNamara, Mac, runs a sly grog out of his place in Hargrave Street. It's pretty popular, and I think he does okay out of it. At least I should say Phil Jeffs does out of it, because he seems to be the real owner of the business. There's been some trouble at Mac's lately, though. It's just around the corner from Brunn's flat, so I'm pretty sure it was one of the first dives he started standing over. So this is saying that Brunn was extorting money from Max. Wouldn't surprise me if he'd just pop around the corner there anytime he needed a bob or two. Must have been a real thorn in the side of McNamara and Jeffs. Okay. That's why he probably wouldn't open the door for him, and he had the cab guy. Then there was an incident a couple months ago. Brunn's guys had cut up Sid Kelly pretty badly. But as soon as he was back on his feet, Sid and his brother Tom found Brunn and his henchman Razor Jack drinking at Mac's. So again, this is more evidence that they didn't need a more complicated setup. They knew he drank here. They had fought him here before. This is where you hang out if you want to catch him. So they goaded them into a fight on the street outside. Brunn and Hayes probably thought they could whip out their razors and be done with it, but the Kelly boys were too quick. Got them both on the ground straight away and gave them the kicking of a lifetime. They don't call Sid Kicker Kelly for nothing. Brunn and Hayes ended up in St. Vincent's for a couple of days. You'd think that would have taught them a lesson, but it didn't. Brunn's gang kept shaking the tree. The next thing you know, Hayes and Brunn both got shot. They should have seen it coming. Okay, so no real important information, but confirmation that maybe McNamara was not on the best of terms with Brunn and may have told people. John says, I went back and looked at the rules. You're right, it doesn't say collecting evidence is part of the score. collecting those evidence circles. I mean, but I still think we want evidence, and certainly evidence about who did it, but ruling out people is good. All right, so that costs us a tip. One more to do. One more to do. So we could do Robert Miller, the drunk guy who stayed over his body. That would not be a bad guess to get a little bit more about Robert Miller. We don't know much about him. That's not a bad guess. I'm also kind of inclined to look at Butler or Springleaf for some end story. Like we could put some pressure on them to give us credit if we catch them making a mistake. But I do think Miller might make sense. We don't know much about him other than he's the drunk, and he lives with a nagging wife who he doesn't like. So let's do Robert Miller, yeah? Miller it is, 143. Sorry, I don't think I know him. All right, well, that was a wasted coin, but it made sense. For the same reason he doesn't know him, we don't know him much. So it does make sense that we wanted to investigate him a little bit. We did stop by his house. Okay, so we ran our tips pretty dry, but that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. All right, where to next? There's no place to go in McGuire Street, so we're probably going to have to travel. Where would you like to go next? Remember the places that we could still travel to again, that we want to go to early in the day. We could go to where the Nellie works, but she probably works the street after 6 p.m. Though I don't know how the prostitutes work. Do they work during the day? Let's leave the tips. We could go to the cemetery for fun. Didn't Fahey just confirm that the Kellys shot Brun after Razor Jack as revenge? Yes, but we knew that. Wait, no. Shot Razor Jack. Shot Brun. No, why would we confirm that? How would he confirm? He's just suggesting that that could have been... They beat them both up. You'd think that would stop Brun from shaking the tree and trying to extort people. He's not confirming that they shot him. They're just saying, next thing you know, they're both shot. They should have seen it coming. They should have known if they kept making trouble, they'd get shot. I don't think he's confirming that the Kellys shot him. He's just saying, yeah, you're kicking the hornet's nest. Maybe they did get shot. Maybe that is related. Maybe they should have known better. But I don't think he's telling us that the Kellys did it. All right, so where to next? I was just looking at some of our other places that are unfinished. Were there any unfinished places that we really wanted to not forget to go to? Any that really jumped out at you as places you don't want to get? The Brun house would not be a bad one. Anna says, so it means Miller is not part of the underworld, the gang. So he could be telling the truth that he didn't know the shooters, yes. And it would also make sense when the guys pushed him aside and said, this isn't about you. You're not involved in this. So he could go to the cemetery. We could go to the Brun's house. I think maybe I'd be inclined to go to the Brun's house for one last visit. The wife was told who did it by the husband. Maybe we can get her to talk. Or maybe they've left. If we do go to Brun's flat, we might stop in at the Burdekin Hotel. as a second thing. Jonathan says, the Bruns left according to the paper last night, so going there would be an empty house. I think you're right. That's a good observation about the paper. I think you're very likely to be right, that there's not going to be anyone there. Is this the kind of detective that's going to force his way in the door and look around? It seems like our detective here is not that type. Our postmortem LA detective would push the door open. I don't think this guy, if no one answers the door, is going to push his way in. So do we skip that? Should we go to the cemetery just on the off chance that we're going to find Henry Slater there? I don't have too much else to do. If we're a little bit concerned with Frank Green, we could try to nail down his alibi. What are other places we didn't finish? I don't have anything against the cemetery. Yeah, I think we should go to the cemetery. All right, let's go to the cemetery. So we're traveling here. That costs us a click of the clock, which loses an observation. Does it make sense to you, Jonathan? I was thinking from a meta game perspective. The part about saying you get a better score for having skills left at the end, I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't just to make you feel okay about ending, about not having anything else to do, having solved the case early, and just saying, all right, we have nothing else to do, let's end the game. And it's kind of like a little consolation prize. Well, at least you'll have lots of high skills. So it's a way for the game to give you a consolation prize for having solved the game early, because then you end early and you still have some skills. I don't think, rather than the game saying really try hard to save skills. Okay, so we've traveled, we've lost an observation, and now we're at the cemetery. All right, here we are. Rockwood Cemetery is a sprawling tangle of greenery on a hillside in western Sydney. Its focus is the mortuary station, an ornate stone structure that is the terminal destination for train carriages carrying the dead. The necropolis, where the bodies are buried, spreads from there in all directions, subdivided by religious denomination. That was the burial, and now, if it's daytime, read 93. If it's after dark, 194. This is way out of town, so it's not like this is going to be the meeting place for the gangs. It's just going to be someone visiting it during the day, if anything. All right, 93. So 50 is the cemetery, which we're going to 93. So 93 from 50. Let's see if there's anything here for us. It's a peaceful spot. A few solitary mourners tend the memories of their loved ones. In the distance, a huddle of black-clad figures surrounds a freshly opened grave, the words of the burial rites carried away on a freshening breeze. Okay? Nothing there, and there's nothing to do but leave. We could come back at night if we really think. Anna says, don't forget you rolled high yesterday, otherwise we would go after Sid today. Yes, that's true. All right, well, it's 1 p.m. We're still full of skills, though not force. So if we're going to do anything with force, we should have been doing it. Where shall we go next? There are these places that we haven't been to. We've never been to King Cross Theater, but we can't just knock on a door for no reason, right? Never been to Woods Lane. We haven't done our looking at the back of these like we promised to do, just to look for anything suspicious. Robert Miller was at Downing Street. We visited him. Norman Brunn at Francis Street. We visited him, of course. Joe McNamara lives at Max. We visited him. Thomas Kelly is the boxing instructor. Phil Jeffs, we visited him. Sid Kelly, we caught gambling. The Lee gang hangs out at Kippick Street. We already went there, talked to all of them. Jim Hassett, his fingerprints were not found there. He doesn't have a location, but we know his location. Dick O'Brien disappeared into the neighborhood at some point. That's the Palmer Street people. Nellie. Frank Green's also at Palmer Street. I mean, we could try to visit again where Nellie works during the day. I don't know how that's going to be useful. We know Snowy lives near the Best Hole Cafe. Yes, we do know that. That's true. It would be nice to talk to Kelly. So we tried to go, we know he lives near the Best Hotel. Kippick's is where the gang is. We went to the brewery and got punished. We went to the rail station before to meet our informant, but that doesn't mean we couldn't go back there again on our own. We went to the Elizabeth Hotel to find Snowy. And we found some great information about the password, but maybe if we go there after dark. We went there before 6 p.m. That's when we got the password. If we go there after dark, probably it's going to be closed, but possibly we would find Snowy. And Anna says, I don't think we know Slater's location. I wonder if someone would recognize him getting onto a train or something. That would be going there. But the fact that if we want to go back to this hotel, we should go there after 6 p.m. suggests that maybe this would be a place to go to after 6 p.m. if we do want to investigate. So we could do both of these after 6. Jonathan was talking about Snowy lives near Best Hole, and Jonathan says, are we sure that's Snowy or Hassett? I guess it's both of them. I believe it's both of them. I believe Hassett takes a ride here because we know he lives near here. Hassett lives at 78 Mary Street. I believe that's where we found him. Let me just glance at 78. Yeah, look, 78, which is 78 Mary Street, we actually went to already. Answered by a middle-aged woman, very thin, upright, shapeless dress. Yes, if you know R, read 190. And this is when we traveled to Jim Hassett's house. So 190 is our conversation with Jim Hassett. I'm looking for Jim Hassett. He gave us some information. He was just home. He was drinking. This is the landlady. So Jonathan was right that this is where Jim Hassett lives at 78, but it's also where Snowy lives, because when we visit the Best Hole Cafe, which we can just check out again, the guy tells us when we ask about Snowy, which we can just look at again, he says he lives in the neighborhood, I believe. Okay, Snowy's a friend of Brunn's from back in Melbourne. He must have a pad near here because he's in here a lot. Loves the sandwiches. So the one place he could live is at the Aurora Hotel, if we think we can find him. But remember, we went there already during the day. Let's just look at it so you can see. So the Aurora Hotel, if it's nighttime, read 58. We haven't read that. Otherwise, 125. And 125 was the drinking place where we talked to everyone who was there and got the password. So we could come back here after 6 p.m. and try to talk to Snowy, and maybe also stop in the railway station. Let's remind ourselves if there was a place to do something again. No. At the railway station, that's when we met our informant. There's nothing else to do there. So actually, this is probably just going to tell us it's closed, so there's probably nothing to do here. But we could try to find Snowy if we've got nothing else to do. But it will have to be after 6 p.m. All right. It seems to me that the really only options for us are these places we haven't been. We've got places left. So I think we need to just make a list of these so we can refer to them better. Okay, so here are the places that we've tabbed as having stuff to return to. One is Burdekin Hotel. This is sort of interesting to me because Burdekin Hotel is near where the shooting occurred and where Brunn lives. So someone might have heard something. So the Burdekin Hotel, which is number 2, we haven't visited during the day or at night on a day other than Thursday. So there's 2 things at the Burdekin Hotel. So we could see both a before 6 p.m. and an after 6 p.m. This seems like a place we might want to go right at like 5 p.m. and do both of these. Okay, next up. Brunn's Flat. So we're fairly sure at 21 Brunn's that our detective is going to find no one home and won't kick in the door. But he might. Kippick Street, where one of our gang works. Which gang? The Kate Lee gang with Greg Gaffney and Wally Tomlinson. These people we've ruled them out. I have, at least. So 25 is the Kate Lee gang, and I'm going to say that's not useful. We've already gotten into their password place. Coming by before it's open seems stupid. Okay, Aurora Hotel. This is the place where it's possible Snowy lives. So the Aurora Hotel after 6 p.m. I'm just going to put maybe Snowy. Probably not. These are both together in the same neighborhood. Okay. Next up is not something for us to do, just for something for us to check at the end. Cemetery after dark. Okay. 50 is cemetery after dark. Inconceivable that our gang would show up there after dark. It's so out of town. Rock Lodge is where Phil Jeff's house is. Okay, so we could visit Phil Jeff's after 2 p.m. We could find the Kellys there, or he could just not be home. But that's a little bit intriguing as a possibility. 88 seems... This is the password, which we already are into, so I don't know why we would force it. Seems silly. The Fitzroy Hotel, where is that? The Fitzroy Hotel is near Dowling Street. Dowling Street is this Miller's address? Let's check Dowling Street. I know we've been there. Let's just remind ourselves who's there. Robert Miller. Okay, so there's two places we could go. At the Fitzroy Hotel, we could try to find Fitzroy after 6 p.m. We haven't been there. They're probably going to be closed. They can't serve drinks, right? But we could go before. We could go anytime. No, before. It has to be before. So we could go before 6 p.m. to read this one. We might find Robert Miller drinking there, though we don't think he's important. And we don't know what Harmer Street is all about. Probably just a loose end. Okay, then we've got tips. And then lastly, we've got where Nellie works. Let's see if we read this and can make any sense of this. 184 is the Church of Nellie. Okay, so before 6 p.m. we could do something. Is it just going to say that there's no one walking the streets here? Otherwise, if you know N, which we know, so that's it. There's nothing here. It's either before 6 p.m. All right, so summing up. We can go to the Burdick Inn Hotel before 6 and after 6 to see if the hotel near where Brunn's house is has anything interesting for us. Before 6 p.m. we could find drinkers. After 6 p.m. probably nothing. Kate Lee is useless. We could go to the Aurora Hotel after 6 p.m. and try to find Snowy. We can go to the cemetery after dark. We could go to Phil Jeffy's house after 2 p.m. and see if we could maybe catch the Kellys there. But I don't know what value that does. We already know they're working with him. We could go to the Fitzroy Hotel, which we have no reason to think is interesting. Oh, I guess I amended that. The Fitzroy Hotel was near Miller. We think we've already gotten everything we need out of Miller, so I don't see how that helps us, but there are 2 entries there. And then we could go to where Nellie hangs out. And that's about it. And then there are some places, I guess I'll note, we've got a couple unknown places that we've either overlooked, a hint to them or not. All right. Now it's time for the chat. Now it's time for us to take a break, and then the chat will say which places we want to go to. There's not much left to do. All right, so we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll decide where to go. It sounds like we're going to be done soon. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call It for Two. We're just discussing Last Place to Go, and we were thinking about tracking down some final alibis. And Jonathan and Anna were saying, let's try to track down Frank Green's alibi. You remember that Nellie gave him an alibi. We're told he's also got a motive. We're told his motive is that he's hot on Nellie Cameron, who Brun is dating. So maybe he killed him out of jealousy. We tracked down Nellie. She says she was with him Wednesday night for a double session, but I didn't remember that she told us where he lived, and Anna remember that she did give us his location, and I've just gone back to the conversation with her. It's a nice long conversation. Here's where she says it. Can anyone verify where you were at 10:30? She shifts her weight slowly from one foot to the other, rubbing her thighs together. Frankie Green can. He took me back to his flat at 23 Harmer Street, and he paid for a double session. She's looking down, but flashes a quick glance up at your face through her lashes. Then we confront her. So, 23 Harmer Street is a great new location to go to check his alibi, and we've never been there before. I'm excited about going to a place that's new. 23 Harmer, Frankie Green. He's also the guy, remember, whose fingerprints are consistent with being the tall man drinking with him at the bar, which would be scary if it's true. Anna says, I just realized something. Yesterday, the session, I read every paragraph again, but I misunderstood one of my notes. Hotel Oxford. I thought that was Oxford Hotel. So we've already went there, read, but actually it referred to the Courthouse Hotel on Oxford Street. So I read something I wasn't supposed to. Let me see. There's the Oxford Street Hotel, which we have been to, but then there's also here, Oxford Hotel, which we've never been to. So Anna says she read something she wasn't supposed to at 1:32. We've got no real reason to go there. Maybe we'll go there to make Anna feel less bad for having read it. But not yet, at least. Right now, we're going to go to 23 Harmon Street and talk to Frank Green. Anna, would you feel better if we went to the place that you read by accident? The Oxford Hotel? Meanwhile, let's travel to 23 Harmer Street. I'm very excited to talk to Frank Green. Frank Green has actually got a double alibi because he works for the Divine Gang, and they said he was with them checking on women. But maybe that was just a loose way of saying it. So I'm going to cross off a time click, which brings us to 2 p.m., and we lose a force, which we're quite low on force. Anna said, maybe we could go there and redo my cheat. Yeah, we both agree with that. But let's not go quite yet, because something may point us into that neighborhood from here. We don't want to miss that. We know a place we want to go. It's Frank Green. Okay, so here we are. I'm excited to talk to Frank Green. He looks like a bit of a tough. In fact, his nickname is the Little Gunman. Well, that's a clue here. The Little Gunman. He's only 5'5", so he's not going to be our tall man that met up with them at the bar. That didn't make sense anyway, but I still want to talk to him. So let's talk to him about Nellie Cameron and check his alibi. Harmer Street is typical of this part of the city. Shabby terrace houses angled down the hill towards the wharves at Woolloomooloo Bay. A stray cat forages in an overturned rubbish can. Somewhere a baby cries. If you know Q, which we do, then read 160. So Q is going to be her telling us that he lives here, I guess. Traveled. And now we're going to 160 from 23. In a row of decrepit doorways, somehow that of Frank Green's flat at 23 Harmer Street manages to stand out as the most dilapidated of all. You knock nervously in case the whole facade falls in on you. If it's before 3 p.m., read 133. Otherwise, read 56. Unfortunate. Oh. Yeah, it's 2 p.m. It's 2 p.m. now. That's great. So we'll be able to do both of these. This is why we went here first, just in case. Also, it's 2 p.m. So we get to do this one. And then if that's no good, we'll just wait here for a minute and then do this one. So from 160, before 3 p.m. is 133, otherwise 56. All right, so we're going to do 133 from 160. We wouldn't have been able to read this if we got here an hour later. You're just about to give up and leave when the door is suddenly yanked open by a very annoyed Frank Green. He doesn't even speak. He just stares at you with masked animosity. He just stares at you with naked animosity. You decide to try a friendly approach. Oh, Frank, I'm investigating the death of Norman Brunn, and I wondered if I could ask you some questions about last Wednesday night. Green doesn't react, so you make something up to get a response from him. Wally Tomlinson told me he saw you drinking just around the corner from Charlotte Lane on Wednesday night. Is that true? Green's eyes spark and he spits. That lying fucker! I was here with Nellie Cameron. She'll tell you. You press him while he's vocal. What kind of gun do you own, Frank? There's a kind of silence, a pause in the passing of time, and in the instant that you mention his gun, you notice Green's eyes flick, just for a split second, to a table beside the door, inside the room where you cannot see. He doesn't say anything, but from that one look you know that his gun is on that table, within reach of the door. Without warning, you do perhaps the most stupid thing of your career. You lunge at the door to knock Green aside and get through. Wow. Now here's the bad news. Test your force bigger than 7, and our score is a 2. So we need to roll a 6 for this. However, we can pay for it. We've got high skills elsewhere. This was totally unexpected. Without warning, you do perhaps the most stupid thing of your career. You lunge at the door to knock Green aside and get through. His eyes flick for just a split second to a table beside the door inside the room you cannot see. He doesn't say anything, but from that one look you know his gun is on that table within reach of the door. All right, we're about to test force, and I think we're all agreed we're going to do whatever we have to do to succeed this, right? Otherwise, we may get shot by Frank Green, the little gunman. Okay, where's our cheat card? We're going to need that. This is kind of exciting, an unexpected moment of excitement here. All right, here we go. Okay, that's a 4. We need a 6. So we're going to roll our cheat die, which we always do. That's a 5. So we did a cheat and we got a 5. That ties. We could re-roll, but we know the thing to do now is to pay with a persuasion or an observation and succeed. Hannah says, wait, we can't die, right? I don't know if we can die in this game. It's not come up before. All right, which skill are we going to take from? Observation or persuasion? It feels to me like, I mean, we could look at this and see what are we going to lose next, but we're going to lose both very soon. But it looks like actually we lose more persuasion coming up. We lose 1, 2, 3 persuasion in the time that we'd lose 1 observation. So while I was going to say we should keep our observation at max, now I see for purposes of balance we should probably lose an observation. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop our observation to 4 and bump this up to a 6, which makes it a success. And it says, yes, please pay or go to the hospital. All right, Frank Green, we push him aside and we push our way in. 148. Should we make a note to come back here and read 181 later? I'll just make a little note here for us to check this at the end and see what would have happened to us. All right, 148 from 133. We did the stupidest thing we've done this whole career. Somehow you managed to pull off the dangerous maneuver. Green is thrown against the wall, and by the time he recovers, you're standing in his dingy living room holding his Smith & Wesson revolver pointed at him. Very slowly, Green raises his arms and smiles. For a moment, the two of you stand, eyes locked. Then abruptly, you lower the weapon and toss it into a far corner. Nice piece, you say as you slip past Green and out the open door. He's so surprised he doesn't immediately react. You're well up the street before he appears outside his house, watching you depart. Time passes and add D. Okay, so we got our way to 148, gained D. So we just got information on Frank Green's gun. And we know Frank Green has a Smith & Wesson revolver. That was fun. Okay, let's look at our forensics and look for Smith & Wesson revolvers. So there's a Smith & Wesson military revolver, 38, a Smith & Wesson 44 revolver, a Smith & Wesson double action revolver, a Smith & Wesson pocket revolver, which is a 22, a Smith & Wesson Russian model revolver, safety hammerless revolver. But the important thing is there are no 32s. There are no Smith & Wesson 32 revolvers. They're all 38s or 44. There's a Smith & Wesson hand ejector. Well, it is a revolver. Okay, so we're wrong. There is a 32 Smith & Wesson hand ejector revolver. However, he just happens to give us the exact same alibi that Nellie gave us. That's quite convincing. Okay, so there is one possible Smith & Wesson revolver, possible 32. So these are all revolvers. This continues on the next line. Smith & Wesson hand ejector revolver. Okay, so his alibi is convincing, right? So that alone seems to rule him out. He says exactly what Nellie says. I have another little observation, though. There is a Smith & Wesson 32 revolver, right? So theoretically, we don't see what kind, it doesn't say we see what kind of Smith & Wesson. There's no such thing as a plain Smith & Wesson revolver. These are all Smith & Wesson revolvers. But does anyone notice anything about that Smith & Wesson revolver? It's a hand ejector. Now, I don't know for sure what a hand ejector model is, but Oh, never mind. I was going to say, yeah, okay. If he has to hand eject each round, right? Normal revolver, click, click, click. Yeah, all the revolvers have no shells, so that's consistent. But if this is a gun, like an old model gun, where you somehow have to hand kick out the shells after each one gets fired, then you would leave shells and you'd have a hard time going bang, 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 bang and shooting 3 bullets. So maybe that's reading too much into the idea of what a hand ejector is. But I was thinking, you know, there's these old revolvers where you gotta like do something weird. Can someone look up what a hand ejector is? A hand ejector revolver? See if we can get, we shouldn't have to go outside the game, but that's interesting. Okay, but his alibi is solid. His alibi is solid, so I'm not concerned, but that is interesting. And that was a very cool scene. But it would be nice if a hand ejector told us something about how rapidly you could fire that revolver. It's not click. There's the double action, which has something to do with the hammer pulling back, but hand ejector sounds like there's something more involved. All right, now we can't come back there. Time passed, let's do that. So time passed and we lose a persuasion. Remember when we knocked on his door, it said if you're before 3 p.m., you go to one place. So we could knock again on his door. Does that make sense? Probably not. We've eliminated him. We don't need to knock back on his door. We could if for fun, if you just want to see what would have happened. I guess if he's not home, a clock won't tick by. Jonathan says, sorry, I meant that there were no shells at the scene, but a ejector sounds like it would eject shells. Yeah, I think it is. It's just, it would clear him if you have to eject each shell before you fire the next one. But it might also be telling us something about how you can fire all 6 bullets and then you have to do something to hand eject. So I don't know. I am curious. Well, we can deal with it later. I think maybe since we're in this neighborhood, we should try for fun knocking on that door again and just seeing what happens at 3 p.m. So 23 Harmer Street. We knew Q, so we went to 160. All right, if it's before 3 p.m., it isn't. It's now, we're now going back to him. Otherwise, read 56. So just for fun, we're going to see what happens after that episode if we then come back to the door and knock on it. What's going to happen? While you wait, a neighbor emerges from flat 2 next door. She's a striking blonde in a broad-brimmed hat and a tailored 2-piece suit that inhabits the dangerous middle ground between masculine and feminine. Her voice is low and lazy, like a cat stretching. Oh, are you looking for Philip? Come back in the morning. He's always out from about 2 till late. Unless he's hosting a party, of course. Her mouth makes a shape distantly related to a smile as she drifts away around the corner. Interesting. So if we had missed this by 1 turn, we would not have had that scene. We would not have gotten his alibi verified. That's scary. All right. But I feel real good about his alibi. And Anna says, it's kind of fun that the game has given us another 32. So we couldn't rule out Sid just based, we can't be convinced it's Sid just based on we're only finding that 132. All right, well, it's 3 p.m. Where did we want to go to next? Here's my list of things pending to do. We can go back to that hotel where we met Jim Hassett before 6 p.m. and after 6 p.m. We can go to the Aurora Hotel after 6 p.m. We can go to Phil Jeff's after 6 p.m. We can go to the Fitzroy Hotel for some reason before 6 and after 6. And we can visit Nellie before 6. But Nellie is sort of resolved. Now that we've got Frank Green's alibi confirming that she told us the truth, there doesn't seem much reason to talk to Nellie again unless we want to make an appointment with Nellie or just see how she's doing. Oh, the Oxford Hotel. Yeah, let's go to the Oxford Hotel. Okay, so the Oxford Hotel is at Taylor Square. That's where we're going to end our day, at the police station. If we go there now, we're going to have to go there, leave, come back. Maybe we should go there when we're ready to end the day. Anna, how do you feel about whether we need to go there now or go there at the end of the day? We are going to go to the Oxford Hotel because of your cheating. Now the question is, do you have any care about whether we go there at the end of the day or should we go there now? Like, do you feel like you have some information that the sooner we get it, the better? Where's DOS joint, huh? It is a good point. He lives with his wife. Did we ever find that? Okay, let's find the paragraph where we learned about his DOS joint. Could have been a while ago, huh? I know we wrote it down. We still don't know who threatened the cabbie. Do we need to make a list of who's not in the lineups? Where did we learn about the DOS joint? I think it was when we talked to the bar where he was drinking. The guy was like, I understand why he's in here all the time, because his wife's his wife's not much to spend time at. And it says there is one info there, but not time sensitive. Okay. DOS joint, we read at 77. Let's look at that. Hassett's a likable bloke. I trust him with my children, but not my wallet. Definitely not my wife. I think he's got a DOS down Barbary Coast Way. He's talking about Hassett, not Miller. Here's Barbary Coast. We found him. He's at Mary Street. So that's that. Though we did think we might want to go back to the Aurora Hotel. So let me add to our to-do the Oxford Hotel, which is 132. We're definitely going to do that. I suppose we could do that right away, but it would cost us an extra travel click. The other things on our to-do list is the Burdekin Hotel, which has 2 entries, a before 6 and an after 6. The Aurora Hotel, which has an after 6. Phil Jeffs, which has an after 2 p.m. A Fitzroy, which has an before 6 and after 6. And Nellie's Church, which has got a before 6 p.m. We're not at any of these places already, are we? Where are we? We went to Harmer Street. We're at the Lou. So here we go. Why don't we go to the, while we're here, before we have to travel, let's go to the Fitzroy before 6 p.m. And if there's nothing there, it won't cost us any time. John said, if we can't track down Slater or Snowy, I feel we're done. Yeah, I think you're probably right too. But let's track down these loose ends. We're here already at the Lou. Let's stop off at the Fitzroy Hotel, 131, and see what we've got here. Okay. Fitzroy Hotel stands proud on the tall in the corner of Dowling and Cathedral Streets. It provides a welcome visual relief from the endless rows of terrace houses. If it's nighttime, no. If it's 3 to 6 on Monday, otherwise 156. So let's read 156. The barkeeper of the Fitzroy Hotel is a large, cheerful woman named Rose Nolan. She giggles and jiggles with almost everything she says. When she hears you're investigating the murder of Norman Brunn, she squeals with delight. Why, Robert Miller, who the newspaper said is associated with the case, he lives nearby and he's a regular patron of the Fitzroy Hotel. How exciting. That's right, he lives just down the street at number 85. Oh my. All right, so we already knew that. We already found Robert Miller's house. So 156 told where Miller lives. Okay, that didn't take any time, however. It sounds like we're probably done here. And Miller has nothing new for us to see, right? We did Miller. All right, so now we might as well move along. We could go to the Burdekin Hotel before 6 p.m. We might as well hit the places 6 p.m. So here's my question for you. Would you prefer to, well, I could probably do Nellie too. The Aurora Hotel after 6. All right, let's go to the Burdekin Hotel. This is near the crime scene. It makes sense to me. It's near where, in the neighborhood he lives. It does make sense that we might want to go there. So from my standpoint, that's not a bad use of time. Burdekin Hotel before 6. So that costs us a travel, which loses an observation. Now, something did occur to me. The game says you get rewarded for having skills at the end, but we should take into consideration that there are events that happen at the beginning and end of each day. It's possible that we'll actually be tested at the end of the day on a skill check, right? That's at least a possibility. That the end game, when we finish it, will be like test observation, test force. So, whereas you might otherwise think we should use up all our skills because what good are they if we don't care about score? But maybe we might need them for a final test. So we might want to leave us at least a sum total of 5 or so, or 4. Not run these down to 0. All right, I've already ended up in the Burdekin Hotel, though. I am curious about this, so we're going to read number 2. Burdekin Hotel. Otherwise, if it's daytime, read 171. The interior of the Burdekin Hotel is dim and smoky even at this hour. There are a few patrons. You question the barman, and yes, he knew Brunn well since this was his local. But he hadn't been in on Wednesday. No, he hadn't heard the shots. He lives out in Randwick and was home with his family by then. Yeah, he knows Mac, who had been there drinking on Wednesday afternoon. But he doesn't know any of the other men you ask him about. There's nothing more he can help you with. All right. Well, we didn't learn anything, but that was absolutely a good place to go because he's mentioning this is their local area. All right, so we lost a time click, which loses us a force. We're down to 1 force. And what time is it? It's 5 p.m. All right. I think it may be time to wrap this up. So I got a suggestion. We've got one more place that that we can check after 6 p.m. That's the Aurora Hotel. That's our best guess for where Snowy Cutmore might be staying. So I suggest we try to go there after 6 p.m. and then head to Oxford and the police station. This will be our last unlikely shot at finding Snowy. Unfortunately, we have to waste the time. If it's after 6. Yeah, that's a 6 p.m. That's fine. That's perfect. Okay, so we're going to travel to Barbary Coast. That costs us a time, which is a persuasion, which is fine. That we're still at 3. It's now 6 p.m., so we're now going to knock on this Aurora Hotel door, which we think is almost certainly going to be no information, but it's our last chance at finding Snowy, who we are curious about. 6 p.m. or later, read 58. So 32 to 58. The Liquor Act of 1916 forbids the sale of alcohol after 6 p.m. The hotel's closed and shuttered for the night. All right, that's what we figured out. Anna says, now I'm scared. We have 2 low stats for the finale. Well, we'll find out. We now have to travel to the police station. That loses us a force. We're minned out at 0. All right. I hope we don't. Hope that's not the case. All right, we traveled back to Taylor Street, and now we're gonna retcon, as they say, Anna's Peak. We're going to the Oxford Hotel at 1:32. Let's see what we got here. The Oxford Hotel looks remarkably like an ocean liner slicing its way into Taylor Square. There's even a round window like a porthole at the end of the top floor. If it's daytime, read 67, otherwise read 58. Well, Anna says it wasn't time sensitive, but it kind of is. They're going to be closed for drinking, huh? That's going to be our same, this is our same thing about how they're closed. So only if we got here early would we be able to read 67. Anna, did you read 67? Do you feel like we need to read 67 to get us all all caught up? If you feel guilty for reading 67, we can sort of retcon it and we can just eat up another time. We'll just eat up a second time as if we traveled here first and then had to come back. So you do want us to read 67 and eat up an extra time? Depends how important it is that we have the info from 67 that you have, if you, assuming you read 67. Jonathan says, let's just do it. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're going to, Anna says, no, just finish the day. She doesn't want us to go in there weak. So you didn't read 67, Anna? All right, so we're not gonna do it. We're not gonna read it. Anna's gonna live with the, whatever information she read, she's gonna take to her grave. She doesn't feel like it's gonna be important. Okay. All right, here we go. We're going to the police station for the final time. $1:15. Here we go. It's Tuesday night. We're going to read 107, which should be at the top of this. Yes, 107. We've got not terribly unreasonable skills. I mean, we got enough to pass anything by paying for it. Actually, if it's a persuasion and an observation, we would only have 3 to spend. So I spoke too soon. We might not have enough. All right, let's see. And what time is it? We're ending the day at 7 p.m. That's reasonable. All right, here we go. 107. We're marching into the police station. Okay, remember? As you enter the station, Butler appears as if he's been waiting for you. Ah, there you are. Better get your last report in for McKay. He wants to see us both tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock to run over the evidence before the inquest. Oh, we're going to be able to sleep and get all our skills back. Oh, and if there's someone you want the night boys to bring in, you'd better let Kreuter know. Gotta have the culprit ready for his big reveal tomorrow. See you then. He slaps you on the back and departs. Kreuter's watching with a secret little grin. You have to admire his enthusiasm, he admits, but he's right. You better write your final report so you can sneak back later and read it. He offers you the day's newspaper, but even from a distance you recognize a large photograph of Butler with the caption, Detective Sergeant Butler, whose conduct of the Brunn case has been a masterpiece of tactics. You wave it away in disgust. Well, continues Kreuter, we'd better get the night patrol to bring in your main suspect for tomorrow. So who's it to be? Who killed Norman Brunn? If you have no idea who killed Norman Brunn, it's suggested you stop here and reread some of the sections you've seen. Once you decide to continue, you will find out the answer, so make sure that is what you want. We're all agreed it's going to be Sid Kelly, right? I thought of something else, and this reminds me. Remember that the 2 shadowy men were described as one bouncing around and one calm and cool. What kind of person bounces around? The boxer. That's how you train boxers, to be light on their feet and bounce on the, I guess, the soles of your feet. So it's further confirmation that these 2 are the Kelly brothers, I think. I thought that was a nice little detail. All right, so yes, we're all agreed Sid Kelly is our suspect, is our killer. So here we go. We're turning the page. Make sure before you turn the page that's what you want. If you wish to continue, take the person of interest card for the person you think you shot Brunn and set it aside from the others. And then go to sleep. Then start the next day at 2:01, which is something not on our calendar. All right, so we're going to sleep. We're setting aside Sid Kelly, and we're going to sleep. So we're recovering 1, 2, 3 persuasion, which maxes us out at persuasion. We're recovering 1, 2, 3 observation, which maxes us out at observation. And we're recovering 1, 2 fight, which only gives us 2 force, which is fine. Who needs force? We're in the police department now. We got backup. So that's not bad, huh? All right, so we slept. All right, and we're maxed out. Leonard Almond, who has been an absolute rock star for this case. I feel like putting a framed picture of Leonard Almond up on my wall. A real person, presumably Leonard Almond. Okay, so now we've gone to sleep, and we're going to wake up and read 201 at the inquest. All right, so now we sleep. The inquest is going to be 201 when we wake up. I think this is a good time for a break. So let's take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll read the inquest. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. The button didn't work. Okay, we're back. You're watching Clopper 2. We're about to read the final solution. At least we're going to accuse our man, which is Sid Kelly. We're accusing of the murder of Norman Brunn. We're going to the inquest. We've made our report. Butler's probably going to take credit for it. Let's see what happens. So we've set it aside as the game instructs us. We've had a good night's sleep, so our skills are pretty well set up. All right, here we go to the inquest 201. Wednesday, 29 June 1927. 8 a.m. Kreuter's on the telephone as you arrive, but points with his thumb back to McKay's office. McKay and Butler are in deep conversation, but both look up with matching expressions as you knock and enter. "Ah, there ye are," nods McKay. "We were just going over the case before the inquest starts this afternoon. Butler says the two of ye have put together a watertight case against the murderer of Norman Brunn. I can't wait to hear what you got. Shall we start at the beginning, Butler?" It's Butler who's going to describe how to solve this case. "Yes, sir." Butler wears a winning smile as he kicks off the narrative. "As you know from our reports, Norman Brunn was shot around 10:30 p.m. on the night of last Wednesday, 22 June. We've reconstructed the events of that evening and we'll walk you through it from the beginning. To start scoring your performance in the game, add up the final values of your abilities. Okay? Now add 2 points for each piece of knowledge you've gained. Okay? This was Jonathan's theory that we were going to get points for circling knowledge. Okay, so score. We start out with our abilities, which are 6 plus 6 plus 2. 6 plus 6 plus 2 is 14. That's our starting score. Now we add 2 points for each piece of circled knowledge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's 40 points. 20 times 2 equals 40. So our starting score is 54. Okay? 14, 40. 54 is our starting score. Butler begins. Brunn spent Wednesday afternoon drinking at the Courthouse Hotel just across Taylor Square from here. He associated with several men, including Robert Miller, an unemployed alcoholic, Jim Hassett, a pickpocket and magsman, and Richmond O'Brien, suspected to be a cocaine dealer. By closing time, they were all considerably intoxicated. "Ah," says McKay, and turning to you, "and what happened when they left the Courthouse Hotel at 6 p.m.? Write down your answer to the question, then read 202. Well, we know from the cabbie that the second stop, we know a guy comes in, stands at the door, and Brunn says, "Okay, fellas, let's go." At that point, the cabbie says that O'Brien leaves, and that Norman Brunn, Robert Miller, Jim Hassett, and the fourth man, right, who we think is Henry Slater, they get in the cab. They walk up to the post office and they hail a cab, right? And they take the cab to the Best Hole Cafe. Is that the right answer that we agree? So it's not specifically what it's saying, but basically Dick O'Brien was drinking with them, the four of them. Dick O'Brien leaves, and we think Henry Slater is the guy who was at the door, and he joins them in the cab, and they go to the Best Hole Cafe. Everyone agrees. Yes, those four. Okay, here we go. So we're just going to not write it down. We're just going to have recorded it, put it here, and that is their next stop at the Best Hole Cafe. They walk up near the post office. They hail the cab. Okay, so let's read 202. Butler continues, well, sir, they were joined outside by Henry Slater, an acquaintance of Brun from Melbourne. O'Brien went home. We know this from his own statement and by the fact that the taxicab driver did not recognize him from my second lineup. Add 3 points onto your score depending on how well you answered the question. 0 is completely wrong, 1 is partly right, 2 is mostly right, 3 is completely correct. Okay, so that's plus 3 is a total now of 57 score. So this was a tense moment because we were pretty sure we had figured out that was Henry Slater that joined them, but we weren't 100% sure, right? And the game has just told us that we were right. It was Henry Slater. That was fun. That was Henry Slater. Otherwise, we would have been in some trouble. Okay, so we got it completely correct. Plus 3, our score is now 57. All right, next page. We're just flipping over here. Butler continues. So the remaining 4 men, Brun, Miller, Hassett, and Slater, made their way down Oxford Street. By about 9:30, they had reached Paddington Town Hall and hailed a taxi there driven by Noel Infield. They asked to be taken to the Best Hole Cafe on Chalmers Street near the Central Railway. That's right. Brun had spent all of his cash at the Courthouse Hotel, but he knew he could extort more from the proprietor of the Best Hole Cafe, whom he had been standing over extorting money from for some time. The driver waited in the car while the men entered the cafe. They emerged a little while later and got back in the taxicab, but something was different. One of the men was missing. What you mean? Asks McKay. Who was missing and why? Okay, well, we know Jim Hassett went home. He never intended to join them. So that's our answer. Jim Hassett has gone home, and in fact, Snowy Cutmore has subbed in. All in favor with that, right? Hassett leaves. Snowy joins. Even it hasn't asked us who Snowy joins. And here we got this right. I guess we don't need to write it down. We got it. Okay. Yes, we're all in agreement. Okay. So let's continue our story. Jim Hassett goes home. We're turning the page. Well, Brun, Miller, and Slater all entered the cafe, but Hassett, who lives not far away, instead went home. This was corroborated by his landlady, Miss Laura Smith, and by the fact that he showed up the next morning at a planned rendezvous with Brun. That's right, demonstrating that he was unaware that Brun had been shot. Add up 3 points to your score depending on how well you answered. Completely right, so plus 3 is 60. And then read the next page. McKay is confused. Surely the cabbie would have noticed if only 3 of the 4 men returned from the Best Hole Cafe. Butler grins triumphantly. He's read our report, so that's why he knows the answer. Ah, but in the cafe, the men were joined by someone else who entered the cab with them. And who was that? And how do you know this? Asks McKay. Write down your answer to the question and then read 206. Okay, so we know that Snowy Cutmore joined them. We know that from the testimony of the owner of the Best Hole Cafe, right? And I forget if any of the others told us that, but we know for sure the owner of the Best Hole Cafe told us that. And everyone agrees how we know the answer? It's because the owner of the cafe told us. I forget if we got some other confirmation about him. We never found him, so we never were able to talk to him. But we know he's part of the gang. Okay, here we go. 206. The men used drinking glasses. Well, we know the fingerprints here. The men used drinking glasses from which we obtained fingerprints. The first glass was the only one that matched fingerprints of Norman Brunn. Let's pause this for a second and get our fingerprint analysis page here. Okay, glass 1. First glass was the only one that matched the fingerprints of Norman Brunn. That's what we said here. Glass 1, Norman Brunn. The second glass matched Henry Slater. Glass 2, Snowy or Slater. That left a problem, though, because neither of the remaining sets of prints matched Miller, who we knew was present. What about glass 3? But we realized Miller is left-handed, and the prints from the third glass matched his left hand. There we go. O'Brien's prints would have also matched, but he's right-handed. When I met him at the Oxford Hotel, he's holding his beer with his right hand, and it was cold when we shook hands. We didn't meet him at the Oxford Hotel. Oh, that's what Anna read. Interesting. Well, it wasn't going to affect our guess. You're mildly surprised at Butler's perception on this point. Butler continues. The final set of prints were a very common pattern, but they do match Snowy Cutmore, a member of Brunn's Razor Gang and a regular visitor to the cafe. Joseph McNamara also mentioned that a man called Snowy was with Brunn in Charlotte Lane. I guess he probably did. We had forgotten that. McKay has another problem, but why didn't the cabbie notice that one of the passengers had changed? But Butler has the answer, of course. The driver didn't notice that Hassett had been replaced by Cutmore because the men are of similar weight and height. Both are fair, both were wearing light-colored suits and fedora hats, plus it was dark. All right, well, we didn't really go into that detail. I don't know why it's not mentioning that the owner told us it was Snowy. That's a little weird. I would still consider us completely right. We matched all the fingerprints, and the guy told us it was Snowy. I'm going to give us the 3 points for that. So plus 3 is 63. Everyone okay with that? I'm pretty sure. I feel pretty good about that. 207. Butler is starting to enjoy himself. Brunn asked to be driven to Max, a well-known sly grog den on the corner of Hargrave Street and Charlotte Lane. The party entered Max. Where is that? The party entered Max, probably with the intent to extort cash or alcohol from the proprietor, Joseph McNamara. Max was just around the corner from Brunn's flat, so he was a regular customer and had extorted from them before. While they were inside, 2 other men approached along Hargrave Street from the south. They waited in the shadows until Brunn's party emerged onto Charlotte Lane. There was a confrontation, and one of the 2 new men shot Brunn in the stomach, neck, and back. The gunman and his companion fled back down Hargrave Street, while Cutmore and Slater ran down Charlotte Lane, where they were observed by a beat cop, Constable John Blench, as he hurried to the source of the gunshots he had heard. Miller was too drunk to run and so remained with Brunn as Blench and Infield, the taxi driver, arrived. Brunn had already lost a lot of blood, so they took him to Sydney Hospital, where he died early the following morning. Butler pauses dramatically before going on. So who were the 2 mystery men? Brunn refused to name his shooter, and Miller was too drunk, too scared, or simply didn't recognize them. As we have presently discussed, we believe that Cutmore and Slater were present, but they both deny it and refuse to name the gunman. McKay interjects, "Ha! There were bloody boot prints left in Charlotte's Lane. Could they be the killers? Write down who you think left the bloody footprints. Then read 208. Okay, so here we get to the first question. Anna says, maybe the author was rushed and didn't catch these little inconsistencies. I don't know what, yeah, no, there's no inconsistencies here about the boot print. Okay, so this is a question that we've got in our box of questions we care about. And the description that Butler has given about the crime matches exactly our theory. Shooters arrive, and then shooters leave. They're shot at the back gate here. The cop comes this way. Slater and Cutmore are running this way. There's bloody footprints found here. They're walked in the blood. So we used their forensic to guess that the person who left the bloody footprints is probably around 5'9". Slater and Cutmore aren't even up for candidates. Our shooters have exited and they're small, so it's probably not them, although Sid is talked about as the kicker, but his shoes don't, it's a big difference in height for his shoe print. So it's probably not him, but it could be him if the shoe print's way off. But we do know that, we do think that McNamara, who comes out, sorry, where is our McNamara? McNamara, who comes out and sees the body, we believe he travels, he did travel with them, right? Let me just read this here in his subscription. But I'm thinking it's McNamara came out and then walked down that street to get the wife. Let's just read what he says. The constable comes, Miller's too drunk, remained with Brun and Blanche, and Infield told the taxi driver ride. Brun already lost a lot of blood. They took him to Sydney Hospital. I'm just going from memory that McNamara came to the scene and then got the wife, but I'm not 100% sure about that. So this is the first place we could be slightly wrong about. As we've discussed, though, here are our candidates for leaving the footprints. Number 1 is the beat cop who arrives. Number 2 is the cab driver. And number 3 is Joe McNamara. And number 4 is someone else unknown. Number 5 is Sid Kelly wearing much bigger boots as a kicker than fit his feet. Joe McNamara is the one guy whose height matches, relatively speaking, our target. So that's why I picked him. So let's have everyone give their votes. This is where we can differ on this. Jonathan Warner says, I think Mac makes sense. And Anna is asking about something else. McNamara came out after the shots, didn't see shadow figures, just Brun and Miller. One of them is describing as running down to get the cabbie. So I wish we had paid a little more attention to who gets told to run down and get the cabbie. We could reread that. It was one of the very early things we said. There is someone that says, I told someone to run down and get the cabbie. That's going to be this person who left the footprints. Who is that? I think we read that as like our first thing. Anna, are you confirming that that McNamara was the one who ran to get the cabbie? If that's it, then it's sealed. Then there's no doubt about it. Joseph McNamara is 60. Let me just quickly take a glance at his statement at the hospital. Here's McNamara's statement. I'm not sure it's legal for us to read this, but we're already guessing McNamara anyway, I think, if we're not, so let's read it. He never saw the shooting. He hears the shots. He ran back into the lane. When I got out there, all I could see was Norman and Miller and the police constable. Norman was laying on the ground. Miller was the constable standing over him. I ran to the corner of the lane and said to the taxi driver, for God's sake, take this man to the hospital. That's it. He ran to the lane. That's him running to the lane to the taxi driver. I think he ran through the blood. Yeah, okay, so that's final decision about that. This was a tricky one, though. Who do we think? We're guessing McNamara. If we get this right, I'm going to be very happy. Are you ready? Butler answers, well, no, the killer could not possibly have left the footprints. There would not immediately have been enough blood to have left those prints. Actually, I'm certain the prints were made by Constable Blench as he carried Brunn to the taxi. Okay, well, that was one of our theories, that it was Blench. It was either Blench or McNamara. We didn't know Blench's height. Maybe we were told his height. All right, so we did not get this one completely correct. But we have to use the honor system to decide whether we were partly right or mostly right. We narrowed it down to 3 people. We figured out it wasn't one of the killers. I'd say we're mostly right. Somewhere between partly right and mostly right. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I think for sure it's mostly right. Because this guy's not even sure. Butler's not even sure. I'm certain the prints were made by Constable Blench. He's not even sure. He could be wrong. We could be right. So I'm going to give us mostly right. Okay, so 60 plus 2. We might even be right. The cop is a good cop. He wouldn't step in the blood. I think we're right. John Kean says, give yourself a 2. Okay. I think we're right now. I don't think the cop left those. That was a good cop. He's like attentive. Okay, anyway, we're giving ourselves a 2. That's 60. Okay, here we go. Then read 209. John Kean, the author, comes in. So I guess his word is the final word. Butler starts pacing across the room as he continues. How can we identify the killer? Well, the doctor retrieved a .32 caliber bullet from Brunn's torso. Furthermore, physical evidence from the crime scene can help us narrow down the range of weapons that might have been used. McKay interjects, but the scene was searched thoroughly and nothing was found. Exactly, exclaims Butler. Write down what evidence Butler is referring to. Well, no casings on the scene, right? That's why he's so excited when he says, exactly. No casings. That tells us that it was a revolver. Means a revolver. What else do we know? We know he was shot 3 times in close succession from the things people heard. And also, you shoot someone in the neck, they're not going to stand still. So it can't be a single shot gun. So if there's any question about single shot gun, we know it's not that. We know it's a multiple shot gun. I think that's the information we have, right? No casings, 32. Is there any other information we have about the weapon? Let's see, in the chat. John says, you were told at the hospital how tall the cop was, and again at the lineup. Kreuter also refers to how big he is, maybe too long ago. Yeah, but if he's so big, do they say exactly how tall he was or just that he was tall? Because if he's tall, maybe he should be over 6 foot. That would put him in a small shoe. Also, do beat cops wear boots? I thought about that. I considered the fact that a police officer would be wearing not boots. We'll have to check that. We're actually going to have to check up on John Kean and check his research and see what the outfit of a police beat cop was in 1927. And if they don't wear boots, because this guy was sharp and doing things by the book, and he would not wear his different clothing than was the outfit of the beat cop. So John Kean better watch out. If we find out that the beat cops wore shoes, not boots, John Kean could be in trouble. John Kean says, did you check your shoe calculation? All right, we got to stop here. We got a debate going on here. It was a 13-inch boot, I believe. It was like 13 something, but I believe it was 13. We're told that boots are 1.5 inches longer, so we get an 11.5 foot size. 12.5, 13. 11.5 footprint goes to here. Well, maybe I underestimated a little bit. So that could bring him to a 5'10", plus or minus 2. So he could be up to 6'1" or 5'8". So 5'8" is what McNamara is. And maybe you could assume the tall policeman is 6.1. So both a tall person, police officer, if he's only 6'1", or McNamara would qualify. Unless I read it wrong that it was like 13.5, that would make him a little bit taller. I think it's 13 1/8. Yeah, 13 inch. Okay, so we got it right. And 11.5 puts us here. I think it would fit the shoe size of McNamara and possibly the cop of unknown height, but I think it's going to come down to the outfit of a beat cop, 1927 Australia, Sydney. If John Kean says, you had me on that one. So John, we may have solved this case of the footprint better than John Kean. We'll leave that up for a debate. Either way, we've given ourselves partial credit. All right, let's continue and find out about what evidence Butler is referring to when we say the scene was searched thoroughly. Don't forget the mop lady was cleaning up the scene, so she may have washed away some other evidence. All right, here we go. 210. Whew, I thought I didn't print it out. Butler smirks. 4 or 5 shots were fired, so it wasn't a single-shot pistol. We concluded that. Yet no shell casings were found. Therefore, the killer used a revolver rather than a semi-automatic pistol. Combine that with the .32 caliber bullet retrieved from Brunn's body, and we know that the killer almost certainly used a Colt police positive revolver or a Smith & Wesson hand ejector model. Remember, the hand ejector is what Frankie Green has. And we caught them both with .32 calibers. Okay, add 3 points onto your score depending on how well you answered. Okay, we got that one completely correct. What was our last score? 62 plus 3. 65 we've got so far. Okay, then read 211. Let's turn now to motive, expounds Butler. He apparently fancies himself as a police prosecutor. Each of the big 3 bosses had reason to want Brunn dead. That's Kate Lee, Tilly Devine, and Phil Jeffs. He and his Razor gang had been cutting up Tilly Devine's prostitutes, for example. We knew that. She might have dispatched Big Jim and Frank Green to kill Brun. Green's gun is a match, and he was not at work in Woods Lane on the night of the murder. Furthermore, you can't believe he used furthermore, and you can't believe he used furthermore in real life. Furthermore, Frank Green has an additional motive to kill Brun. He's infatuated with Brun's mistress, Nellie Cameron. We actually knew all that. These should have been questions so we could get points for these, because we knew all this. McKay asks, so did they do it? Write down your answer to the question. No, it wasn't Tilly Devine and Frank Green. Frank Green's got a good alibi, hanging out with the prostitute. And Jim Devine has the different model gun. And Tilly Devine has an alibi. They're taking care of the girls. All right. So we're saying no. Now we're reading 212. No. Both men have good alibis. Jim Devine was providing protection for the Woods Lane girls, and Frank Green was employing Miss Cameron in his flat on Harmer Street, exactly as we knew. Here he was with our girl Nellie Cameron. Add up 3 points to your score depending on how well you answered the question. We got that one completely right. 213. That brings us to 68. Then read 213. McKay asks, so Tilly wasn't behind it, but what about Kate Lee? Would she have wanted Brun dead too? You're right, admits Butler. Brun had been stealing from her and standing over her agents. Her hitmen, Tomlinson and Gaffney, might have been the two men that attacked Brun outside Mac's, but were they? Write down your answer to the question and how you know. Okay, no is our answer. What we know is Gaffney has a different model gun. Not going to be him. And Wally Tomlinson is Kate Lee's alibi. And remember, she's got that very bawdy scene where she's saying she's sleeping with him that night and he turns beet red out of embarrassment. So they're alibied, he's got the wrong gun. John Kean says something for me to fix when we're complaining about the boots. That is absolutely does not need to be fixed. It is completely fine the way it was. Just a debatable thing, but boy, if that's the list of things you got to fix, you're in good shape. All right. So we're saying no, and we said why. Okay, here we go. Well, Gaffney's gun is a semi-automatic, and Tomlinson has an alibi, albeit a weak one. Kate claims he was at home with her. Kate claims she was at home with her. Oh, no, Kate claims he was at home with her. The clincher is that one of McNamara's neighbors, Mr. William Kelly, saw the pair outside Mac's and described them as being of similar height. That could not apply to Tomlinson and Gaffney, nor indeed to Devine and Green, because they've got mismatch of heights. We didn't even have to go that far. One's 5'10" and one's 5'6". All right, that's pretty slim exclusion, but we already got their alibis. Add up 3 points to your score. We got that one completely right. So 65 plus 3, we now got 68. We already had 68. Sorry, I don't want to steal points from us. Now we're at 71. All right, then read 215. Butler is working up a full head of steam now. That leaves Phil Jeffs and his hard men, the Kelly brothers. Remember, we've set aside Sid Kelly. Jeffs had been suffering under Brun, who was interfering with his sly grog outlets, such as Mac's, and disrupting his two-up schools. That's the gambling coin schools. The Kellys also had a history of clashing with Brun's gang. Razor Jack slashed Sid's throat a few months ago, so then the Kellys gave Brun and Razor Jack a beating and kicking outside Mac's. Then just a couple weeks ago, Tom Kelly shot Razor Jack, who is still laid up in the hospital. That's right. Finally, the Kellys' alibis are all over the place. Jeff says they were with him at the party. Sid says they were drinking down in Frog Hollow. That's right. And Tom says they were both at his gym on Oxford Street. There can be little doubt but that one of the Kelly boys shot and killed Norman Brunn. But which one? Write down your answer, then read 216. Okay, well, we've got our answer. Sid Kelly. Now, that's based on primarily his gun, right? No, it's not based just on his gun. The witnesses claim it was the shorter and younger of the two. The shorter of the two is 5'2" Sid Kelly, and the youngest, they don't say younger, they say youngish, but they do, one of the witnesses did say the shorter of the two short men. That's also helped confirm it was these two and gave us Sid Kelly. He also happens to be the younger of the two. Okay, here we go. The Kelly boys had both had enough of Brunn and with his half gang, and with half his gang out of action, Hayes in the hospital and Wallace in Brisbane, the time was right to do something about it. Somebody shot Norman Brunn 5 times with a .32 caliber revolver. Tom Kelly registered a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson. Yeah, and the police got it too. But Sid Kelly has a Colt police positive revolver with .32 caliber round. His gun matches the physical evidence. Butler pauses dramatically before expounding his climactic statement. Sid Kelly bears a scar where Brunn's gang held him down and cut his neck open with a razor. Big brother Tom dealt with Razor Jack, who wielded the blade. But the little brother Sid took the ultimate revenge on the man behind the attack. Sid Kelly killed Norman Brunn. Add 3 points onto your score depending on how well you answered it. We got that completely right. That gives us 74. If you set aside Sid Kelly's person of interest card as the card, add a further 16 points. So the game is like if by the time you read those other stuff, you still picked Sid Kelly, you get a little bit. But if you knew it from the very beginning before you started reading these questions, you get an additional 16. Which we did. That gives us 90 points. Then read 217. There's a dramatic silence in the room following Butler's pronouncement. The name Sid Kelly seems to hang in the air like the smoke from a fired gun. Then McKay breaks the spell. Uh-oh. I am afraid we have a wee problem. I believe ye, Butler. You've done well, very well. But I don't think it's enough to convict. Too much of the evidence is circumstantial. Without some serious sworn statement, none of it will stick. Butler tries to argue, but you had already come to the same conclusion. Indeed, most of Butler's evidence was stolen from the daily reports you had left for McKay. And it just isn't enough. The city coroner, Mr. H.F.W. Fletcher, agrees. After a 2-day hearing of the Brunn case, in which Butler parades Dr. Stanley George James, Robert Miller, Noel Winfield, Joseph Patrick McNamara, and James Hassett, the coroner returns a verdict of murder by an unknown assailant. Razorhurst keeps its own counsel. Check your score. Out of a maximum of 100. So our final score was 90 out of a possible 100. That gets us the highest rank of commissioner, over 80. So there were 10 more points we could have gotten for more evidence. We could have gotten from evidence circles, I guess if it goes up to Z, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. We could have gotten 12 from evidence. They don't go all the way up to 12, but probably from evidence. Okay, then read the epilogue. So yeah, amazing job, everyone who played. We got everything right. We even got the boot print right, and Tom Kean, the author, got it wrong, I think. I think it was McNamara, but McNamara did just wake up, so maybe he's wearing slippers. So we don't know. We don't know about that, but we got most of it. Okay, let's read the epilogue. We got several pages of epilogue here, and then some historical notes. All right, let's read our epilogue. Friday, 28 October, 1927. Sergeant Kreuter is stationed, as always, beside the Razorhurst police's only telephone as you show up for work. You've spent a long and tiring week teasing apart the intricacies of a warehouse burglary, and you're looking forward to taking a couple days off over the weekend. Kreuter whistles you over. He's holding a newspaper, which is not unusual, but seems suddenly serious, his characteristic humor nowhere in evidence. You sigh. It's probably another announcement from Butler. He's never quite gotten over the lack of resolution in the Brunn case, and over the ensuing 4 months has been issuing increasingly desperate rewards for information leading to the apprehension and conviction of the person or persons responsible for the death of Norman Brunn. Razorhurst, of course, keeps its silence. But you must admit the case has been preying on your mind too. Some things just don't add up. You're convinced that Butler's dramatic denouement was correct. Sid Kelly shot Brunn, with his brother Tom as an accomplice to murder. But it goes deeper than that. How did the Kellys know Brunn would be there at Max that night? Why did Brunn's friends Cutmore and Slater not react with return fire? They were certainly both armed and should have been alert to the Kellys after recent clashes. Instead, they simply fled, leaving their friend bleeding on the ground in Charlotte Lane. And why did Butler try to intimidate the taxi driver, Noel Infield, and scare him off the second lineup? It was Butler, the cop, tried to intimidate the taxi driver? I'm a little confused about that. I think that might have been a mistypo. I wonder, John, if you meant Slater. Butler is our cop. Our cop surely wasn't the one who tried to scare him off the second lineup when he met him outside. Let's put a little note here. Either that or I'm misunderstanding what this question was. All right, Anna, do not comment on game mechanics yet. We're not there. We're still reading epilogue. Your reverie is interrupted by Kreuter shoving the newspaper at you. It's The Age from Melbourne, and Kreuter has circled an article on page 11 headed Desperate Pistol Duel. Snowy Cutmore shot dead. Wesley Taylor dies in hospital. Cutmore's mother wounded. The newspaper details how Snowy Cutmore had visited Melbourne to attend the races with friends. After various confrontations with local gangsters, he had fallen ill and retired to bed in his mother's Melbourne home. While there, longtime enemy Squizzy Taylor had burst in on him. While there, a barrage of 18 gunshots ensued, during which Cutmore was killed outright and Taylor mortally wounded. But the bit that draws your eye, and which has Kreuter nonplussed, is the names of Cutmore's friends with whom he attended the races: Herbert Wilson, Tom Kelly, and Sidney Kelly. This gets to this thing where we were seeing them talking and we were wondering, okay, that's very interesting. The Kelly brothers were friends with Cutmore? Suddenly the events of Charlotte Lane take on a whole new perspective. Your mind spins as the pieces of that fateful night in June finally click into place. Suddenly you realize that the key to the whole business was Robert Miller. Miller, the drunk... Is there going to be more score? Miller, the drunk who was pushed onto the ground. Miller, who was told, "This is not about you." Remove Miller from the picture, and you now see that Norman Brunn was surrounded by enemies on all sides that night. Cutmore, Slater, and the Kellys were working together. This was Anna's theory all along. She held to it, but I talked her out of it. How did the Kellys know where to find Brunn? Because it had all been planned in advance. I thought that was too far-fetched. Slater met Brunn outside the courthouse hotel and steered the group to the Best Hole Cafe where Cutmore was waiting. Then they guided the group to Max to await the arrival of the Kellys. Out in the lane, they shoved Miller out of the way. They had already shaken off O'Brien and Hassett so that Sid could shoot Brunn. Snowy Cutmore was no loyal member of Brunn's gang. He wanted rid of Brunn. and the Kellys were happy to oblige. You meet Kreuter's eyes and see the amusement budding there. He's imagining how Butler will take the news that his whole investigation is about to be tipped upside down. But you can't share his humor yet. Razorhurst has claimed another victim. Snowy Cutmore is now dead at the age of 33 in the bedroom of his mother's house with a bullet through his heart. But here's a new problem. 18 bullets were fired in that Melbourne bedroom. Cutmore's pistol held 6 rounds. Taylor's 8. Who fired the other 4 shots? The newspaper notes a 6-shot Welby revolver with 2 remaining rounds was found in the toilet cistern of the house. Who was the third participant in that final shootout? You reflect on the strange, inevitable justice of Razorhurst. Sooner or later, everyone gets their dues, but it's never straightforward. Another mystery always remains. And we've got a little Bengal blade, Bengal razor. All right. Now we've got some historical notes that we're going to read, and then we're going to take a break and we're going to discuss it. So let's read through John Kean's historical notes, then we'll talk about that ending epilogue. The broad details of this case are all true. Norman Brunn was shot in exactly the way depicted, but the identity of his murderer was never determined. Here I have furnished enough small details to create one plausible scenario and allow the player the satisfaction of solving the crime. Some of these details may be true, others false. After nearly a century, I suspect we will never know the full truth of Brunn's murder. The characters were all real people except for Detective Butler and George Springleaf. Butler was inserted as a rival for the player and a narrative device for articulating the solution at the end of the game. He's very loosely based on Detective Miller, who led the Brunn investigation. Though my depiction of bullish, self-centered Butler should not be mistaken for the admirable Miller. I changed his name to avoid confusion with one of Brunn's companions, also called Miller. The reporter Springleaf is an invention of my own to provide a side story that can develop through the course of several cases, though I don't yet know what shape the story may eventually take. The rest of the characters are all as true to life as I could make them from the historical records at my disposal. This is John Kean talking to us. In some cases, such as Tilly Devine and Kate Lee, enough is known of their appearance, personality, and deeds that my job was simply to place them in appropriate scenes and let them act out their parts. For many of the characters, I could find out basic information about their height, weight, appearance, criminal records, where they lived, and whom they consorted with. Here, I tried to fill in the blanks as smoothly as possible, adding enough small touches to bring them to life. And in a few cases, I had to create characters from almost nothing. For example, the indomitable Sergeant Kreuter, your friendly ally in the story, is based on a single mention of his name by a witness at Brunn's inquest. These characters are products of my imagination, though I've tried to ground them in the well-documented world of Razorhurst. For the most part, the information on the person of interest cards is all true, though I did have to invent a few details for the less well-documented characters. Notably, the photographs are all of the actual people, except as noted here. When there was no photograph available, I substituted one of someone else who closely fits the description of that character. The photo of Miller is actually William Evans. McNamara is played by William Split-Lip Thompson, and Hassett is Arthur Murray, and O'Brien is depicted by a man known simply as Hayes. Surprisingly, I was unable to find a good quality photo of Tom Kelly, so have here used a mugshot of his brother Sid taken in Melbourne. So Tom and Sid Kelly are the same person taken at different times. The detective cards are based on real police associated with the case or with Darlinghurst Police Station at the time. These are the detectives that we could have played as, and we played as Leonard Almond. The male detectives are illustrated by photos of unnamed contemporary detectives, though the photo used for Quinn, Jim Quinn, may actually have been a suspect. Lillian Armfield's photo was her at a slightly younger age than she would have been at the time of Brunn's death. The scenes on the location cards, that's the backs of these cards, are all from those places in the 1920s or 30s. In just 3 places, I have knowingly altered the truth to smooth the gameplay. The real Jim Hassett lived on Howard Street in the suburb of Randwick, but here I've placed him in Surrey Hills to confine the number of location cards needed. Frank Green was living at 21 Harmer Street, but I moved him next door to number 23 to avoid confusion with Brunn's address at 21 Francis Street. And Brunn's funeral actually departed from 86 Riley Street, but I've made it in his flat instead to avoid adding an extra location. In researching the story, I was aided by a number of excellent books, most notably Razor by historian Larry Ryder. Sydney Living Museums provide a lot of historical information on their website, including beautiful contemporary street map of Darlinghurst and Surrey Hills. The names and addresses and sometimes occupations of the 1927 residents of Sydney are available from digitized copies of post office directories. And much of the detail of the case, including much of the dialogue, came from digitized newspapers accessed from the National Library of Australia through their Trove database. New South Wales and Victoria have searchable digital versions of the prison records of inmates, including many of the persons of interest. Some of my key sources are listed below. John Kean has listed some books about the history of Razorhurst, some newspaper articles, photographs, databases. Credits: Razorhurst, June 1927. That's the name of this case, if there were going to be more. Game design was John Kean. For playback, testing, feedback, he's got some credits here. Liv from Solo Adventures. She's the one who made a video review of the game, contemporary with the entry into the contest. And there we have it. Razorhurst by John Kean, 1927 Australia. We're going to take a 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll talk about the experience if John Kean is still here. I'm sure he'll be curious to hear what we think. Minimize your talk in the chat during break so that it's a suspenseful wait for John Kean, and I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We finished playing Razorhurst, the one and only case made with the system. John Kean, the author, is going to be in and out of the chat. Let's just check in. Anna has given her thoughts early. She says, "Dear Mr. Kean, I just want to thank you for this wonderful game. Jesse and Jonathan, the wonderful gaming experience. I can't stress hardly enough how much I liked it." And it says, "Nothing is perfect, but for me, this game came close. The story, the writing style, the involvement, the difficulty, the mechanics, even the dice. This was the ideal game for me. The questioning system, the epilogue, the credits, top marks." Jonathan says, "I really enjoyed the case. The big discussion we all had about the Slater's involvement was a real highlight. Enjoyed the inclusion of forensic. Enjoy one big case. Not sure I'm quite as high as Anna, but still very good." Okay, let me give my thoughts here for a bit, and then we'll check back in. So I've come to think that expectations can be a killer for this kind of game. And it really helps to come in with low expectations in terms of enjoying experience. So I kind of feel like I'm doing no service to this game to say that I really do think this is one of the best of these games, these detective games that we've ever played, from my standpoint. Considering all the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective case, all the post-mortem LA cases, I really do think this one is clearly at the very, very top tier of all of those. And I could easily see how this could be someone's very favorite. I'm totally blown away by the idea that this was created in a couple of months. We've played a lot of these games now, and this is just off the charts, just shockingly good. And the idea that this isn't more well known and played is ridiculous. It's a travesty. So we'll do our best. It's not like we have much influence, but there are a couple of forums that play this kind of game. One of the ones that has some real hardcore people who like these long epic experiences is the forum on Gumshoe, the 1930s hardboiled detective game that we see behind us here, made by the makers of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. It has a time mechanic too. It's giant, super long, epic, ambitious, not perfect by any means. But people who love that, love these epic experiences, and this is maybe the closest rival to that, although I guess when we played Sherlock Holmes Adventures by Gaslight expansion, which is behind me there somewhere, that took a bit longer. Anyway, they'll be delighted to hear about this game. And I do have a lot of thoughts about it, about the new mechanics, the game design issues, what works, what could be tweaked. I'm not going to worry about getting them all out now because I think this was a special enough experience that I will make a separate review of Razorhurst where I do go at length into those issues. So I'm not going to worry about talking about all of them now. But I do want to say a couple of things. First of all, let me echo what Jonathan and Anna have said. Sometimes when we play these games, it feels like by the time the author has gotten to the end of it, they just want to be done with it. There's like a one-paragraph solution, a couple questions, you turn the page, there's a short little solution, and then the game's over. And when we play these, we spend some real time discussing, debating, getting into it. From my perspective, these are reading games, right? I mean, that's the people who love these games love it because they love the experience, the deep experience of reading and imagining and being in this world. And in some sense, the reward for that at the end should be a satisfying reading experience, as if you want a good ending of your novel. And it's strange when these games don't have that. And here we got it like 4 times over. First of all, the solution wasn't just guess who did it? Turn the page for your answer. It was actually a multiple step narrative story way of checking your answers. And it was like 20 pages of the answer being told to us as part of a story with the character speaking, interjected with being asked questions. And then the game was very smart to say you get 1 point for mostly wrong, completely right. That is completely in line with the way when we think about these cases, we score them. It makes much more sense to do it that sort of fuzzy scoring way than it does in these Sherlock Holmes cases where it's just like, if you got this person's name, you got it correct. If you didn't, you don't. This makes more sense. This is trusting the readers to be their own little judge about whether they got it mostly correct, whatever. The questions were very nice. Some of them touched on the issues we really struggled with, like who left the footprint. I think there were a couple of summary sections that it would have been nice for it to ask us those questions instead of telling us. Like when Butler is saying why Frank Green had a motive and what his alibis were. I would have liked to see several more questions in that wrap up, especially since there's no harm to it. It's just different ways to add up and get a couple more points. So I would have liked to see more questions like, you know, what was Frank's motive and how do you know it wasn't him, or that kind of more, a couple more questions about that. That's a tiny nitpick. And then the score was fun. It was lots of little questions and a way to get a score. The starting your score at the skill points, I think, worked. It was nice. It added a little bit of tension. There's a lot to say about that skill system, and we'll save that for a separate discussion, either today or as a standalone. But then after we got even all those lengthy story-based questions and score, which was really nice, even before I move on, it was a nice, clever little thing to ask the players to pick the suspect in the beginning and then let them sort of change their mind about it by the time they got to the end of the questions. And if you change your mind and get it right, you only get 3 points. But if you had picked right from the start the right answer, you get 16 points. It was very nice, very clever, very satisfying. And I think we have maybe a little bit of disagreement with John Kean about who left that bloody footprint, but that's up for debate. Then after that lengthy narrative interactive scoring system, we got a full epilogue, a story epilogue, a sort of noirish feeling story epilogue, which that's the kind of reward you want from an experience like this. Now, it turns out that John Kean agreed with most of Anna's theory. We all discussed the possibility, the evidence, the clues that maybe Snowy Cutmore could be working with the Kellys. I dismissed that as too far-fetched. And I had more rudimentary, more straightforward answers to why they knew he was there, he would be there, it's near his house, whatever. So I have a bit of a question for John Kean, whether his conclusion that Snowy and Slater set up Norman Brunn is an established, accepted conclusion by historians about this, or whether this is John Kean's conclusion. I certainly will accept the idea that he was friends with them, at least later on, maybe all underworld friends, but I need a little more convincing to convince me that the evidence is they set him up, but completely reasonable. It's a completely reasonable solution. It is interesting that John Kean decided not to quiz us and score us on that. That's a very interesting point, that the epilogue tells us that he was actually set up by his friends for this murder, and yet it didn't quiz us on it. And I really wonder about that. I'd love to hear from John Kean what his thinking was. Was it that that's unreasonable to assume that the players might guess that? Or was it that there needed to be an epilogue, and so rather than score that, save that for the epilogue? Was it too hard? or was it more of a hypothesis? Anna says, well, at the burial, Snowy was huddled with the Kellys. Well, at the burial, we see the Kellys talking to Snowy and Slater. And I thought that was a little ambiguous. Like maybe they were threatening them, arguing, not talking as friends. The game was ambiguous about that. And Slater was threatening the cabbie. That's true. We wondered about that. We absolutely did wonder about that. It's true. I wonder if John Kean, I'm guessing John Kean made up the part about them talking together to be consistent. And Slater threatening the cabbie, we do think that's true. Although that may be John Kean's hypothesis. And don't forget, in the epilogue, it said we may never know why Slater was threatening the cabbie. I don't know, but these are all details. These are completely plausible. It is completely reasonable to say they are all in on it together, or maybe to be doubtful about that. Completely reasonable for it to be in the epilogue. I'm just curious what John Kean's design decision about why not to ask those as questions that the player would score. If we were asked those questions, I think Anna would have a higher score than I would, because she would have said that they were in on it together, whereas I would have been doubtful. Pretty wonderful, actually, that we got that extra epilogue, weren't scored on it, but got this deeper picture that coincides with one of these conspiracy theories that Anna had. Okay, so that's my overall thoughts about this. Let's talk about some other little picture things. Jonathan, you can jump in. So it sounds like from the chat that Anna and I were on the same page in terms of how high we would rank this experience. Jonathan, a little less so. I don't know how you would rank this with the best of them, Jonathan. I would put this at the top. I'm not sure I would put it better than Adventures by Gaslight. I guess I wouldn't put it higher than Adventures by Gaslight. I think I'd have a hard time judging it with the Postmortem LA best case, but I would put it higher. And it says, last night that jumped out at me, why didn't they defend Brun? I don't know. If someone starts shooting a gun, it makes sense to run away. Now, I think part of what made this such a great experience for me is I am a huge fan of these long, epic experiences. And the fact that this takes place over 7 game days and took us 3 sessions to finish really puts it in a very special category. There are very few games made to take this long to play. And that is so, I appreciate that so much. It's so enjoyable. And especially to be able to share this with Jonathan and Anna and be able to come back and play this 3 days in a row. There's just very few opportunities for this. And I find that very special. And in fact, we've talked about the sort of fatigue that sets in real life when you play a game like this. And for me, that's part of the game. Like part of an interesting challenge of these games is you're sort of challenged on your real world fatigue level. How long sessions can you keep your mental focus, keep things in your mind? How good are you at keeping notes? So I feel like it sort of tests real world skills in that sense. And this one really felt like a police procedural where you were rewarded for taking good notes. For me, that is so enjoyable. And we used this nice little police pad and we basically filled up this pad with notes and had to keep good notes. And we each wrote up notes at the end of the days. That we thought were significant, reconstructing the crime scene, making lists of information we needed to track down. So for me, even when the core of the mystery isn't maybe as nefarious, as convoluted as you might write into a top-notch thriller, this is of course a true story, the fact that this police procedural business really tests your ability to put all the pieces together and just fill in all the gaps and slowly gather evidence to make things clear is very rewarding. Very rewarding. And the fact that this is based on real life stuff and that John Kean went to all this trouble to use these real stuff is amazing. Now, when we get into sort of critique or suggestions, I'm going to come back to that a little bit, but I will still want to focus a bit on overall impressions. Jonathan says, to me, Mucha Muerte, Adventures by Gaslight, Gumshoe, Who Killed Robert Prentice, Helen Riley's Dossier, those are up there at the very top. This might be up there. Yeah, for me, the fact that this was such a long, involved experience definitely put it above the dossiers. The only ones that it sort of competes with are Adventures by Gaslight and Gumshoe. Mucha Muerte, the writing by Bishop Shaughnessy Stall is so high quality, of a different caliber, but still that's a shorter case that can't compete with this. Jonathan says, it might be that I'm a little less into the resource management system. It reminds me of Detective Modern Crime, but I think this is a much more transparent system than Detective. I think we should talk about that a little. So when we started playing this game, and it says you need a 6-sided die, I think all of us here in the channel said, uh-oh, this could be unfortunate. This is exactly what we don't want in these kind of games. We don't want luck skill checks messing with our pure deductive mystery. And we, in fact, came up with a house rule that said anytime we roll a dice, we're going to allow ourselves to roll a second die to give us a second shot at achieving it. And I came up with this idea, and it was quite a smart idea, if I do say so myself, because it still means we're not like adding a set number, so when our skill level is low, we could still fail it. But John Kean had some tricks up his sleeve regarding this skill test system. So there are 3 skills only: observation, persuasion, and force. And I think in general you could make many of the same complaints here that I've made with Detective Modern Crime. The fact that it's hard to predict before you go to a place what skill you're going to need. There's that kind of stuff. But here, there's a lot more going on. And it's a lot deeper, this system. And I have to say, I had a really good time with it. And it pays to spend some time talking about that, because I'm not sure that's going to be true of every group. And that could make a difference. To me, that's the one area where I think different groups could get unlucky and have some unpleasantness. But let's talk about how clever this is. So when you get to a test, you roll the die and you add it to your skill score. But then there are a couple things that happen. The first thing is you've got this mitigation system that lets you subtract points from other skills. That generally means that if you really feel like you need to pass, you can do it, but you'll sort of fatigue yourself. Usually you'll be able to do it. But the real star here is, and also one of the unclear things is about going back and redoing a skill test. I want to talk about that, because we didn't need to do it, but it was a little bit weird, the idea that if we go and have this dialogue and fail, could we come back and sort of go back in time and have that dialogue again? It would make more thematic, weighty sense if you could never go back to redo a test like that. But I'm not sure what the intention was. And I do think that I would recommend our house rule. But now, what made this system work so well? Being able to mitigate the die rolls by stealing points was one thing that made it work so well. The fact that, at least with our house rule and how the difficulty set here, meant that we basically never failed a test. We might have failed one test that we that we let ourselves fail. But we basically, the way we played it, we didn't fail, although it could have happened to us if we got unlucky. But the really fascinating thing has to do with how the resources are refreshed and refilled. It's a pretty inspired decision here, and feels like it's totally novel and out of nowhere. I have never seen anything like this. It makes complete thematic sense, and it creates a little mini game that feels pretty deep. You decide when you wake up, you decide when you go to sleep. The moment you wake up, each time click worsens one of your skills, and happens in an order that I'm not sure what the logic is. It doesn't really matter what the inside logic is. The fact is that you're facing these agonizing decisions about, well, if we wake up at 8 a.m., we'll immediately start losing force. Whereas if we sleep an extra hour, we'll be up a force. So it's quite a big swing. And the same thing with going to sleep. If we go to sleep early, we'll recover enough for morning. It's amazing that they don't reset in the morning. You would think if you were a game designer, if you're sort of a beginner game designer, you'd just be like, they go to sleep, they refresh all their skills for the next day. And that would give you more control as a game designer to know what kind of skills people start the day with. But this thing where if you exhaust yourself on one night, you're gonna still be low on the next night, really made us agonize over and over again each day about staying up too late and waking up too late. And then the idea that there were these events going on that we were afraid to miss if we slept too late. Every day here, the first day you're introduced to this concept of this undercover operator who can sort of give you hints for this big list of different things you could ask for information of. You can only get 3 per day, or 2 per day. And then as soon as we met that person, we were like, oh my gosh, now we have to worry about waking up too late, because we don't want to miss him, or we don't know what other events are happening. And that meant we were constantly waking up a little lower on skills than we wanted to, and going to bed a little early. And to me, this is exactly what you want in this kind of game. It's sort of a push your luck element about when we wake up, do we sleep a little late? And it's got a flavor of these push your luck games that is hard to do, but you really want. And Pandemic has it too. And that is that you're punished for being completely risk averse. In Pandemic, if you try to make sure no outbreaks ever happen, and that's what you focus on, you're gonna lose. You cannot keep the game that controlled. And a similar thing is here. If you just try to sleep so that your skills are at full power, you're gonna miss events, and you're gonna run out of overall time. And so you're really agonizing over how much skills do we really need? How much can we get away with? And when should we end the day? And I think this game capitalizes on some of the psychology of that, where probably you're not gonna miss anything if you end the day early. Probably you're not gonna miss anything if you wake up late or miss the informer. But that voice in the back of your head is worried about that. And that idea that you're constantly worried about that decision gets you what you want. And the fact that most of the time you can predict when a clock tick is going to occur, but not always. So you're always in the back of your mind worrying about, if we end the night here, what if a couple more clicks of the clock happen when we're preparing our report, or vice versa with the morning? We know we have to be up at 1 p.m. for the funeral, so let's just wake up at 12. But what if something happens in the morning? And those agonizing decisions have a wonderful effect here. Jonathan says, I would have preferred having to make clever deductions based on evidence about where to go next to get more evidence. Here, for me personally, it felt a little too much like evidence came from these die rolls. I think you've got a reasonable point. I think I would make a slightly different point. My point would be that I had a great time with these rolling of the dice, but we did use our house rule, and I feel like, I don't know if you'd say we got luckier than someone else would get, but I will say this. I can see if some groups didn't get to see some big clues we got because they failed the dice rolls. For example, people who played the iteration of this game when the dice rolls were harder. I can see how that would be frustrating and would be a miss. I think you don't want that. So you want all these agonizing decisions, and there's the other mechanic of time clicking by. And when you travel from place to place, it adds time, but if you go to places on the same thing, that's exactly what you want in this game. You want decisions. It's one of the things that tends to be missing from these Sherlock Holmes consulting detective games, and we've talked about this. The idea that if there's no clock, if there's no time limit, you're like, oh, go here first, here first, here first. I don't care. Maybe I'll try to come up with my own reasoning. And sometimes we do go to a close by place just to role play it. But this game really did cause us to optimize that. But I would worry that a group would play it and get unlucky. There were events like that we had this great encounter towards the end of the game. We had 2 days where we had this sort of cliffhanger endings. Yesterday with Sid Kelly and today with Frank Green. And you could absolutely see a group missing one or two of those because they didn't get the timing right. And I think that could be a problem. I think maybe we had an unusually good experience with those things and another group might not. Anna says, if I played solo, I wouldn't bother with a dice roll. And in fact, John Kean, when I talked to him about it, he said, look, if you don't play with dice rolling, if you want the most story. However, for me, the fact that this whole system of skills created such a tense, tight decision about when to wake up, when to go to sleep. If you lost all this, that would be painful. So I'm going to give you a suggestion for one way to fix that. Just an idea. From my standpoint, this added a lot to this tension and worry about when to wake up, when to sleep, so that you have high enough skills to pass these tests. So here's my suggestion. My design suggestion, and maybe you could come up with a couple different ways to do it, but here's my suggestion. First part is double down on it. Make it so you can only do these tests once and you can't come back and retake it. Now that may sound like I'm making it worse because I'm increasing the stress level if you fail a test. Here's my suggestion. Two options. Option one, do it like Sleeping Gods does it, so that when you fail a test, it doesn't stop you from reading the information, but you pay a cost. Maybe you pay a cost in extra time. Maybe you pay a cost in extra fatigue. Maybe you pay a cost in a penalty to your final score. But always let them read the answer. Never be, if you fail, read this number. If you succeed, read this number. Okay, that's one solution. That's my least good solution. The best solution, and I think maybe the game flirts around with this with some of it, and I'll take as our example with the fingerprints. We did a test, we observed, we got the fingerprint glasses. This is a game about reading and the enjoyment of narrative psychology reading. So my suggestion would be, for every test, don't make a failure result in not gaining that information. Instead, make a failure have this cost. You end up gaining the information, but in a different, less psychologically, narratively pleasing form, and maybe later. So for example, think of it like a branching path where we tried to use force to push down Frank Green to get in to get his gun. So make it so if you fail that, you're sent away, you don't get that information, but maybe the next day or towards the end of the case, the game checks if you've got evidence C, and if you don't, one of the other beat cops come in and he says, hey, guess what? They picked up Frank Green. Here's the gun he had on him. So punish the players, not by hiding information from them if they fail tests, but maybe by stealing the fun that they would have gotten from having personally had that interesting interaction. Then at least you're not hurting their deductive ability to solve the case. You're just making a sort of pain in the stomach for not having that psychological fun of having solved it in the most pleasing way. Maybe in that case we fail and Frank Green kicks us over, kicks us in the face, laughs at us, and is happy to show us that his gun is a .38, something like that. So we still get the information, but I still think it might be better if you push it back a day, so you reward them for managing their resources well, but they get the information late. Just an idea. Anna says, I like this solution. Jonathan says, I think for me also part of it comes from how there's a test at most locations. So in other words, Jonathan, you think there's too much of it. I gotta say, like for me, it wasn't, the rolling the dice is not that important, although I really liked the agony of having to tick down other observations. And I do think, we spent a lot of time on this, but let me talk about it a little bit more. I do think there's some genius going on here with these skill tests. And let me talk about why that is, and maybe why it has worked. It worked well for us, and we didn't just have a good time because of our dice rolls. Look at what John Kean has done here, and this is, again, totally new to this kind of thing. He's broken this case into 7 days. At the end of each case, there's a long event narrative text to read, and sometimes new developments happen. At the beginning of each case, there's a little bit of event and narrative and things that happen. I might like to have even seen more of that, more events happening. At some point, we thought his brother was going to come in and start killing people. So I think maybe take advantage of that and have more things happen, like have new people end up dead between evenings, etc. But leave that aside for a second. So one of the things that John Kean has done with the letting you go to sleep earlier, wake up later to refresh your skills, and maybe allowing you to retake tests, and allowing you to mitigate lowering skills to win a test, it's almost like the game is saying, look, anytime you really want to pass a test, you're going to be able to. You either have to eat up a lot of your other skills to pass a test, and then you'll have to go to sleep early or wake up late, or you can waste all this time you spent trying to win it, and you'll have to go to sleep early and refresh and come back here the next day. So the clever idea here, though, is that if you want to pass a test, you're going to be able to. What's the price you're going to pay? The price you're going to pay is it's going to take you longer to gather the information that you need. And that taking longer could have costs in running out of time at the end of the game, but also maybe running out of time in these events that happen that might make your life more difficult. So I do think, you know, there's a part of the game design that's here that's saying, if you want to pass a test, you're going to be able to. It's just you're going to have to fatigue yourself and have to end the day and advance things quicker. So I think it would be much more painful if there wasn't this very nice way to mitigate, which basically lets you walk around saying, I'm going to be able to pass the test if I need to. There were no score 15 tests. They were all within a pretty tight range. And they seem to let you come back and do it again if you fail. Jonathan says, to clarify, I don't have a real complaint against the resource management. I do think it ended up feeling a little divorced from the story deduction element. But as you say, maybe you could make it feel more story integrated. I don't know. I guess I might disagree with Jonathan a little bit. Like, the Detective Modern Crime board game has something like this, and I think it's pretty terribly done. There's a good example of an attempt to do something like this. There you might even argue it's less random because you don't need to roll dice. It's just if you have this token, you can pay for it. But there's no real mitigating there. And it's a very negative feeling when you don't have a resource for it. And there's no real good way to get more resources, etc. For me, the Detective Modern Crime board game resource system is a real miss, whereas this is a real success. The evidence gating worked very well. Oh, and that's the other thing I wanted to respond to Jonathan. I did feel like here the tests were more thematically made sense. I do agree you couldn't really predict whether going to a place was going to need observation, persuasion, or force. But on the other hand, I felt like when those skills were needed, they were appropriate. Like, we needed observation to spot things. We needed persuasion to convince people. And when we used force in the story. Detective Modern Crime board game didn't even have that. They were just throw away this token and then you can do this. It's not even a reference to it. So, I mean, this is miles above that. And I do think this is absolutely genius, the way this is done. And amazing that it worked. The breaking down into little pieces where you read events at the start of the day, end of the day, very satisfying way to do that. And even in the introduction where we jumped around, sort of following a choose your own adventure, and maybe if there's a criticism of this game, it's that there's a little too much, choose A, B, or C and go there, a little too much walking on this path. But I think it works, and breaking things down into chunks does make it easier to digest and more satisfying. We could talk about this for hours, but let's talk about a little bit of it, a little bit more. Let's talk about the writing a little bit. In the beginning, first of all, the writing is very good. Very, very good. Up there with the best. Not at the level of Shaughnessy Bishop Stall in Postmortem LA. We've not seen any writing at that level. But this is a pretty close second. Now, I will say, when we started the case, we noticed something a little odd. At the start of the case, there were a bunch of places we went to that the game was sort of describing to us as from a third person's perspective when we talked to someone. Like, it'd say you went there and you read it and it says, he informed you that the guy left at this time and this happened. And we noticed a couple of those thinking, this is how it's going to be? Very little dialogue with characters, mostly just our guy summing up what he learned. That feels like it changed a little as it went on, and we got more scenes with dialogue. And we had several very funny, memorable scenes. I know the chat is going to remember the first one I'm thinking of, which was with the mop lady's mother. It was a wonderful scene with wonderful characters that really made us laugh out loud several times during that scene. And for me, that's the hallmark of when you know you're in a great case with great writing, is when you start to encounter a couple of those humorous scenes where the characters jump to life off the page. And that scene with the old lady who was sharp as a tack, who had the gun under her pillow, and was talking about how the beat cop, if she was 30 years younger, and her daughter's, Mom, stop, you're embarrassing me. So some great scenes, and some great scenes with the other gangsters. Now, that leads me to a related point. See if you guys agree with me. Anna's a historian, so she might have a slightly different take on that. I want to talk about the fact that this is all based on real cases and take some of the dialogue taken from real transcripts. For me, the fact that it was based on a real crime and real people is a bit of a novelty, much like the novelty of some of these games having real props in them, like a real coin and a real key. It's fun. It adds to the experience. I loved reading John Kean's historical notes, and I think it's amazing that he went and studied the history of this. But if I think about what's important to me and important to my enjoyment, it is very important to me that we're in a real time and place. That's important to me. That affects my enjoyment, that we're learning about places and sort of background events of the time, and that the people are behaving accurately according to their time and place. So it's 1927, it's Australia. I want the people to reflect the culture, the mores, the norms, and I'd love to see background about stuff going on, like the Australian laws against drinking and that. To me, that's important. I could almost do with a little more of that in this game, a little more visual description of places, a little more background discussion of the culture and politics of the time. I don't need it to be real, and I think obviously you pay a high cost as a designer for making this based on a real case. You may be reluctant to change some facts. You might have uncomfortable facts in the real world that you feel like you have to be consistent with, plus the additional work of researching. So I would sort of say, as a piece of advice for the author, I mean, John Kean may get such pleasure out of making these historically accurate games. It's clear he cares about that. That might be something that gives him joy. From a player's perspective, I think, I want it to feel historically accurate and have a time and a place, but I don't care if these are real people or a made-up story, as long as it feels real. And it says, I think the whole first day was a big introduction, not much dialogue, but from the second day forward, really begun with characters and dialogue. Yeah. And I think this game captured one of the tricks to this game that I think you see in the best of these games, which is a variety of paragraph lengths. I think that's sort of one of the tricks to these games. Again, it has to do with the reward and satisfaction of getting the sort of dopamine narrative psychological reward when you read a big paragraph. And so it's fun to go to places where it's short, and then occasionally you get through a bottleneck, you figure something out, you figure out a place to go, and you're like, whoa, I get this 2-page wonderful story element. And it's sort of maybe a little bit tiring to read, but overwhelming in facts, and then you go back to the small paragraphs. And that mix-up of dialogue and long and short really is satisfying. And I think it's a reward to give the player a long paragraph. That's how it should feel. This game did it, and that's one of the things. Anna and Jonathan are talking about the real part. It felt real. All the places, the way people talk, that's what I enjoyed. Jonathan says, as long as the true crime is far enough in the past, I'm fine with true crime. This was far enough back, and it felt like it handled well. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. This was handled extremely well. In fact, Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective, released a box called the Jack the Ripper cases, based on real Jack the Ripper, and that was a real train wreck in terms of making a game out of the true crime. And this couldn't have worked better. And that's a credit to John Kean. I'm just saying, I think as amazing as it worked, I wouldn't put the burden on you to reproduce true crime as the specific case. That seems like a burden you might not have to take in the future. Anna says, and this is a nice point, I love newspapers, and we could get 7 papers with real events and Springleaf articles. Could have been the cherry on top for me. Well, that's interesting. So in these games, in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, there tends to be a newspaper for each case filled with useless information and side stories, and a couple that are relevant. And going through the newspaper is a bit of work, but sometimes you pick out a little clue here and there. Here, we got a newspaper every night, every morning, but we basically got a newspaper article every night or every morning about our case, but without clues, just narratively interesting as a sort of a device, as a storytelling device. Not very useful for us deduction. And I think that's an interesting trade-off. I do like the idea of the newspaper being integrated into the story, like it tells you when you've got a newspaper. But I think Anna might be right. If you wanted to make this even more of an epic story experience, and maybe if you're willing to have more side stories. This game doesn't have many side stories, but if you're willing to have many more little side, unrelated to the case, just fun interactions, having full fleshed out newspapers that you could read and hunt through might be fun. And maybe we'll circle back to that a little bit. Jonathan Warner says, in terms of story, I think I agree. We could have had a few more twists over the course of the week. Yes, and I think that's part of the cost you pay for having it based on a real crime. I think that's sort of what I was getting at here. Here we had, pretty early on, we had our suspects, and that's part of real life. In real life, there aren't these political twists and turns and endgame flips of who the thing is, and maybe confining yourself to real life is too high of a cost in terms of that kind of stuff. That's debatable. Okay, let's talk about what I think is the one big area that would have benefited. I mean, remember what I said. This is the top case. This is absolutely one of the best of these kinds of games, narrative detective games I've ever played. Amazing. So I don't have a criticism, but I have a big area that could make it a better experience. Does anyone want to guess, Jonathan and Anna, what I'm thinking of? What general area of the game I think was in almost all cases, I think John Kean, having not played Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, which is a miracle, what area does Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective do better? That's right, Jonathan is right, the map cards. So let's talk about that one area, which is Anna says map. Yeah, that's right. So here's the one area where Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective offers a much richer element, and richer in terms of experience, but also richer in terms of the mental puzzle. So here in Razorhurst, we're shown this map where the different neighborhoods are. And we've got a stack of neighborhoods. Here they are. There's a bunch of them. So you don't ever play or care about this. You just care about these cards. And on each card, there's a couple locations labeled. Now, it does introduce one mechanic that's quite fun that has to do with this clock ticking by, which is when you go from one neighborhood to another, you have to pay a cost, a time. And if you go to multiple places, you're not paying time. So that's great. But we really don't have a feel while we're playing. Here's issue number one. We really don't have a feel when we're playing of being in a place, in a larger place. We don't have a feel of where in Sydney we are, how close they are to each other, that if someone was here, could they have walked here? So the first thing is, we don't have a spatial feel for this area. I think it does remove us from thematically feeling we're in Sydney also. It's very abstract. Whereas when you're playing Sherlock Holmes, you've got this beautiful, gorgeous map. Or when we played Postmortem LA and we got this map of LA, which is gorgeous. And there is something very enjoyable. If these games, and John Kean knows it because when he talks about in this introduction how he lived in his mind in Sydney 1927 and he hopes the game transports us back. It did transport us back, and we play these games to be transported back. But one of the misses is that in this clunky card thing, we don't get reminded of where we are and in a real place. And having a big map in front of you and filling that out as you travel really helps to put you in a place. It makes you feel like you're wandering around and you're traveling, and you can look at that map and have a much better feel. Anna says, I mean, for you, I don't much care about maps in real life either because I have difficulty reading them. So when gameplay requires looking at the map all the time, that's a real plan. Okay, so Anna's saying she didn't have this feeling. All right, but that's only a small part of it. A small part of my critique and what you miss from a map. So I was talking about the feel of having a feel of a place and time and relationship between places. But that's the small part. The big part is that when you play Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, really there are two things that require your deductive solving puzzle skills. One is connecting dots once you've gathered information to understand the mystery. But the other turn-by-turn puzzle is figuring out where to go next and how to discover candidate locations to go to. That's a huge mechanic in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. And I'll give you some examples. You know the person was murdered, so you think maybe they got the poison at a drugstore. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective has a giant map of hundreds of locations. You can't brute force your way to all of them. You've got a directory of white pages to look up people by name and yellow pages to look up places by business and type, government offices, stores, education, charities. And then you've got actual labels on the map. There's a huge set of puzzles that require very interesting, enjoyable thinking. You get the name of someone, maybe you can look them up in the white pages. Maybe there are 3 people with that name. Maybe you can visit all of them. Are there 10 people? It's not worth it. Maybe the person was murdered here, so you look at the places around the murder scene and you can canvass those places by walking into them. Maybe passing in a statement was some statement about someone living on Green Street near a park. So then you go to your map, you can look at different Green Street locations in different neighborhoods, find one that's near a map, go there. There's a whole set of puzzles that can occur when you've got an abundance of locations scattered in a map as decoys. The person murdered it here. We know this person was here at a certain time. Does that give them a time alibi because they couldn't have traveled there in time? If they took a cab, maybe the horse carriages have a record of that. Let's go check that. Maybe we can go talk to the old landlady where they used to live. It allows the game to hide clues about where you might go to find something, hide it within the text in ways that players who aren't super careful might overlook. Here, we've got a very small set of locations. We essentially could go to all of them and never miss going to a place. And I think that's a real missed opportunity. In this book, if we kept good notes, we could absolutely know we haven't missed a place. We could absolutely know that we haven't missed a place of some importance because here they all are. They're easy to keep track of and we can make sure we go to them. Now, there were a couple places we didn't go to because they didn't seem thematically real, but if we had that concern, we could go to them, and the game can't rely on us not picking up that something was mentioned. And that's a shame, because that's a really fun part of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Jonathan says, I might be repeating something Jesse said. I also think it's easier to scan a map. Here it feels like there was a lot of shuffling through this deck of cards, trying to remember what was on each card. Yes, that's absolutely true. That's also true too. I didn't say this, but Here, these cards are getting shuffled. We have no spatial sense of them. When you're looking at a map, you know the scene of the crime was here. And when you think scene of the crime, you remember where it was. And you remember that this is the neighborhood where this person lives, and this is the place, this is the area that the gang controls, and this is the area that the other gang controls. It's a very different, your mind can focus in on it. Here, because these are moving around, you lose track of them. Now, maybe the game intended, if we had a big table, that we would spread these out and leave them at their locations. But we don't have room for that. And I think you'd have to sort of pick them up to look at it. But you could put these out on the table. I think the game suggests, in fact, that you do, and that you move your square around as you travel. Maybe that would help a little bit, but I don't think it comes close to the experience of having a real beautiful map. And but I made 2 points. Hannah says I disagree. Hannah says, I find it tedious to look up all those places. Just takes away time and mental capacity from the real story and could become very frustrating. Well, this is an interesting area where Anna and I really disagree. To me, that's a huge, huge enjoyment and challenge in Sherlock Holmes. Oh, they were drinking this whiskey? Maybe they got it at the store that's nearby, and maybe that person sees them. He brought flowers? Maybe they stopped at a flower shop. He was in the hospital. What hospital would he have been in? Maybe they have a record of it. He was shot. Where would we find information about gun registry? Maybe the ballistics people have some information. Maybe we should go check his autopsy. There's all kinds of interesting out-of-the-box thinking that this requires. In this game, it's much more a matter of the game has to tell you, here's where you should go for the medical report. And there's no little side issues and side places. And I think in general that also hugely cuts down on the sort of side spin-off story and flavor stuff. All of these places we go to are related to our cast. They're all places where people are. There's no going to places that aren't related to your case, or very little of it. All right, let's hear from Jonathan and Anna a little more. Anna disagrees with me about this while I look at some of my other notes here. I did miss having the directory and looking up people by directory. Some of that, as I've said, is a huge challenge part of the game. But some of it is, a lot of what we enjoyed here is sort of the police procedural element of it. Taking notes, going to places, taking interview statements. And for me, I like the police procedural of looking up someone in the white pages and then stopping off at their house. That's in a procedural element that I like. And another thing that happens in Sherlock Holmes is the sort of foreshadowing of stuff. Like you hear that someone was the fourth person in their group and you're trying to find them. And it takes you a long time to put together all the pieces that lets you figure out who to look up in the directory or where to go. And the fact that that information is not going to be guessable by you until you put all those pieces together is satisfying. John says, I believe I missed that as well, Jesse. This might be part of what I'm saying where it felt a little too focused on the roles for me. Yes, I think that's right. A little bit more of a choose-your-own-adventure game in that we always had a place to go. Whereas in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, with that hiding of locations, we frequently got to points where we don't know where to go to gather information. That doesn't happen here because you can always see where the places are to go. Some of my favorite moments in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detectives are moments where I've sat back, like in Dave Neal's box, and I've said, I don't know where to go next. I cannot figure out. It's not that I don't know where to go of all my choices. It's that I cannot figure out how to guess a location that would give me information. And I have been sitting there for a half hour thinking, where am I going to gather information? I know what kinds of information I want. I don't know how to get it. And sitting there and chewing on that for a half hour before realizing, aha, let's try going to these places and see if they can have information. And it says, looks like a few places, but multiply them by 3 because you could go there before 6 or after on a specific day. Well, that I think, yes. And I think that there's some satisfaction. There's an element of procedural note-taking reward. So we've talked about how the reward for note-taking, I do think one of the enjoyment parts of this game has been that if you take bad notes, you won't remember where to go back at certain times. And that's enjoyable. It's a different kind of challenge, but it is a note-taking sort of bureaucratic procedural police work challenge and tests your stamina. If you take bad notes, you won't remember that you should be going back here at a certain time. And groups will get messed up there, and that is enjoyable. I mentioned already a question I have of John Kean about how we should think about retaking tests if we fail them. Like, we confronted Sid Kelly and we did this test, and we had this narrative story about how we confronted him. If we failed, should we be able to go back the next day and have that dialogue with him again? I'm a little confused. Jonathan asks, how did you guys feel about the overall pace of the game? For me, I think it really peaked around our discussion of Slater's involvement. I feel by Monday or Tuesday, I felt we had wrapped up most. And Anna says, after the first few clues, the game didn't send us to places. I really don't understand what you meant by choose your adventure. Let me answer Anna's question quickly, and then we'll talk to Jonathan's. What I meant by choose your own adventure, I meant that a lot of the game was go to a place, and then if it's after 6 or before 6, we go on a different branch, and we go to that branch, then it says choose whether you want to do this or that, and we go to that branch. So a lot of hopping around. And take a test. If you pass, you go here, which gains you information, which goes here. We go to the cafe, and then he talks to us. We do an observation test, and then we can ask him about Brun or ask him about this. So in other words, once we choose a location, we do these hops rather than having to constantly to go back and do one-shots on the map. I think in Sherlock Holmes, you're being sent to more different places and meeting different people and seeing different scenery and having to keep figuring out where to go. Here I feel like there were a small set, there were always places on our list, a small set, and it was more about going there and doing these kind of choose your own adventure hops. All right, now let's talk about Jonathan's pacing. I think I disagree with the pacing thing. Especially with the events, I felt like, well, today we had this wonderful cliffhanger with Frank Green. Yesterday we had this amazing cliffhanger with Sid Kelly. One of these days we had these long discussions about Slater. Then Saturday we had these multiple events of the funeral and the burial. Then there were 2 days with different lineups. I feel like there was something kind of cool about each day. So I'm going to disagree. I liked the pacing of this. Jonathan says, by Monday or Tuesday, I think for me, there was not a lot of perception-altering clues were being found. I think you've got a point there in terms of we had a pretty good feel for the shooter and the killer early on. And I do think that's true. Sort of part of why Anna was so determined for there to be a conspiracy with Snowy Cutmore is that sort of we had wrapped up the core of the case early, and then we spent a couple days where we knew the answers we were going to give. For me, I just felt like that was the nature of the game, the sort of decision by John Kean that this was going to be based on real life. And I felt like, well, that's how real cases go. Sometimes it's not overly complicated. Sometimes you know your killer and you just got to find the proof. And for me, I was buying into the idea that this was a police procedural and it was okay if there were no more twists. And it does point out that part of the pacing was because we had some high rolls yesterday, so we figured it all out a day early. But it's necessary for the game to give you space. I agree with that too. I think like we spent our last day just wrapping up some loose ends. We did have a great experience with Frank Green, but this is a fair way to do it, to give you the last day, to sort of give you a last chance, and if you solve it early, you end early. That's a better choice than having it be too tight. We can't expect too much from the author. But I do think if you were writing this without here's the extent that Jonathan is right. If you were writing this not based on real life, you might want to pace out the game a little better so that there were some twists and cool events happening each day, right, Jonathan? Like someone gets killed off on Sunday and Monday, or some bad things happen that sort of shock you and go, whoa, that just happened. And we could have used more of that. Like when the brothers came into town, we thought, oh, they're going to start killing off people. If you were writing it and it wasn't based on real life, you'd try to stage some events to make some twists. I do agree with Jonathan. All right. Let me look at my notes here while we catch up on the chat. We did see a couple of locations where it says you get to choose one and you couldn't come back. I like that idea. I think psychologically that's a great idea, to have places where the players can only choose one of three options. Like, do you want to, we had at the cemetery, we could either follow, we could pick which person to follow, and there was no going back and doing that again. That was very cool. And as long as the game is made so that no matter what you pick, you get reasonable information, I thought that was pretty cool. And the in-game tip system was really wonderful to discover. That was inspired. We've talked about informants in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective and in Postmortem LA, and the idea that they're kind of a hint system, but they kind of can ruin the game because you go there, you get too many hints. Here it was much more of a nuanced thing where they weren't really, it wasn't purely a hint system. We could only do a couple at a time, so it was paced to stretch them out. And they were these places we had to be at a specific time, and we worried about each morning getting up early enough to do it. It was thematically explained really well. He was one of a few recurring characters, which I think is always a narrative storytelling great approach. And I do think John Kean made brilliant use of these recurring characters. There's the recurring newspaper reporter that is sort of an antagonist for us that we like to hate, but keeps coming back and writes these newspaper stories. Having these recurring characters is very comforting for the human mind to get used to. And then we had this sort of competitor that was creating this little paranoia in our mind. And then our Desk Sergeant Croyder was a recurring character that we interacted with a little bit each time. And then the undercover officer had this little funny, each time we saw him, he's in a different place, eating different, looking different. Those recurring characters are very enjoyable and comforting, and sort of let the player psychologically sort of refresh and feel comforted. Really well done. Love the hint system, love the elements of that. And we could have gotten information. It'll be nice to reread this and see what would have happened if we had gotten information on Springleaf or Butler. Some just more notes about the storytelling device of the competitive cop and stuff is really good. Well, more things I can talk about, but I'll save it for when I do the review. I've talked about the map in detail. I think that's the one area that could use some real improvement. Here was another little criticism. This is not a criticism. It's more along the lines of thinking about how to tweak the system for most psychological narrative leveraging to make a quality experience. So here would be another good example of that. And keep control. I talk a lot in these games about the author having control of the game to make it an optimal experience and dangers of losing control. So here's another example of that, what I'm talking about. We're allowed at the beginning of the game to pick a detective to play as. The first woman detective in the Sydney force. Different detectives, and some of these people are real life people. Okay, so they have different skills. To me, these do not make a difference. They do not have a real, and I think it would be mistaken. It's not like you can choose how to handle problems. So I really think picking a different person for different balance of skills is likely to not give you a flavor of these characters and likely to be disappointing. If you pick this person who has no persuasion and you keep getting persuasion tests, that's going to be frustrating and disappointing, and vice versa. So I think we were very smart to pick the balanced guy. But I think this doesn't give you a flavor of being different characters. Games where the characters have completely different powers can be fun. Here I don't think we have that it makes it play differently or feel differently. And what do you lose, though? Well, you lose a couple things. First of all, as the game author, as designer, you have to write it where you can't say anything particular about the character that the players are playing. You don't know if they're playing a man or a woman. They're old or young. You don't know if they're Jim Quinn, this tough-as-nails guy who likes to beat people up. Well, maybe that's John Wallace. Yeah, it's John Wallace. Or if you're the bookworm, whatever. Or if you're the first woman detective. So my suggestion, if you're the author, keep the control. Tell the person you're playing Leonard Almond, and let them interact with these people. And let Leonard Almond have a story and a way he talks to people. And let him run into these other real cops. Let him run into the first female cop. Let him have some dialogue with her. That's how we flesh out characters and enjoyability. And then the designers got control over this person can be written into the story. Just an idea, just an example. Keep control over things that can help you write a better story if there's no real benefit to giving the player control over that. I'm kind of curious to see some of these places we didn't go. And tips, for example, some of the tips. But I would like to hear more from Anna and Jonathan if you have more thoughts. We were talking about Springleaf and Butler and Kreuter, great story elements. So let's see what would happen if you asked the undercover about Butler, the other cop. It's well known in the force that Fahey and Butler don't get along. That's the undercover and our competitor. Fahey's techniques are based on subtlety, observation, and careful questioning. He's a master of blending in, eavesdropping on conversations, and cataloging who speaks to whom, where and when. Fahey approaches crime as a jigsaw puzzle to be pieced together, slowly slotting together seemingly unrelated observations to eventually reveal a big picture. Butler is almost the diametric opposite. He enters every situation as if he owns it. He jostles and bullies until somebody breaks and blurts out the solution just to get rid of him. He has no time for jigsaw puzzles. He just wants someone to show him the box top. So you're curious to see what Fahey says about Butler. After thinking a while, he eventually says diplomatically, "Butler and I have our methods, but in the end, it's all about getting crime off the streets. That's what I care about. That's what we all care about." All right, just flavor, just flavor. Now let's see what he says about Springleaf 92. Fahey seems surprised you'd ask him about Springleaf. I thought you knew him quite well already. He says, I mean, he seems to know all about you. I saw what he wrote about you, and it wasn't justified. Still, nobody will remember it now. You know how short people's attention spans are nowadays. Yes, but I remember it, you think to yourself. That's pretty cool. Okay, so no real gossip on Springleaf, but a very fun little small interaction here. Jonathan Warner says, Anna says, wow, I didn't even think about that. You're right. What if we chose the woman? In my mind, we were a Humphrey Bogart. Jonathan says, for the next revision of the rules, might make it a bit clearer in the rule book that you always return to the police station at the end of the day. And maybe a rule about how lettered knowledge will affect the score. Yeah, that wouldn't be a terrible idea. It does say you'll be rewarded for finding evidence. You could put in there for finding evidence as circled on the bottom, a little parenthetical. You always return to the police station. Yeah, that was a little, let's see. It does say you read the thing at the end. You almost don't need to have these up here because they're redundant. When you return to the police station, it tells you which one to read. But being redundant, a little bit redundant, and so people don't overlook it, is a good idea. And it's amazing that we didn't have to go back to the rules and check on these things. Let's see, what does it say about ending the day? Ending your day, you can choose what time. Read the section indicated by the moon at the end of the calendar sheet. So I think what Jonathan is saying, which is true, that could use a little bit of clarification, is this isn't quite accurate. You may choose what time to end your day. If all of your abilities reach 0, you must end your day. When you do end your day, read the section indicated by the moon on the current date. This is not quite accurate. Now, when you play the game, it tells you have to go back to the police station, and that becomes clear. But Jonathan's right. The rules should tell you when you need to end the day, you need to go to the police station, and that might cost you a time. Now, the game does remind you of that each time, each night, which is great, but that rule is a little unclear. Jonathan also has a smart idea. For the next revision of the calendar, might make a box to add to take notes for each knowledge letter. Yeah, it's not a terrible idea, so you could record where you got it from. I think that's probably a good idea. That's actually a very good idea. You might have to make it 2 pieces of paper then, though. One piece of paper for the calendar and a separate piece of paper for taking notes about each knowledge level thing. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Again, I don't think, John Kean has described this game as like, well, I had to rush at the end and whatever. But this is an extremely polished game that it didn't feel at all like there was any shortcuts or, the end felt just as fleshed out as everything. So like, you don't need to touch this game and it's an amazing experience. We did find a couple places. I think we found in the epilogue, there was a mention about Butler intimidating the witness when it was really Slater. That one might be worth changing. Doesn't affect the gameplay. But in case we inspired John Kean to keep working on this, John says, next rule edition might bold the rule about leaving a location you're told you can leave. A lot of players might be coming in with assumptions about Sherlock Holmes consulting detective. Jonathan reminds us that when we first read the introduction, when we got to some point where it said, if you're ready to go home, go to the police station, right? This was early. We started playing, we got these long introductions, and then we ended up at like 1 a.m. or midnight. And then we got to the police station, which said, well, if you want to go home and go to sleep, read this. And I said, we're not ready to go to sleep. Let's pick a place on our maps to go to. And I picked the hospital, and we started reading it, and it was like, you asked to see the body. And we were like, whoop, we shouldn't have been able to go there. And that was because we came from Sherlock Holmes' system where you can go anywhere. And in fact, Jonathan remembered that the game told you, it will tell you when you can leave. And we had to go to sleep, and when we woke up, we read some stuff, and then it said you can choose to leave. And when you can leave, you can go anywhere. So I think Jonathan is right. It wouldn't hurt to have a little clarification there in the introduction rules about how you can't just go anywhere you want until the game gives you the choice to leave. Until it says leave, you're on a path reading. I think that's a good idea, Jonathan. Let's see if there are other places. Were there other places? Yes, we made a couple notes of places we want to check out. What if you wanted to follow different people from the cemetery? Let's see what happens if you had followed the Kelly brothers from the cemetery. This is, again, like a little hint system. You could get more information about someone. Jeff mutters to the Kelly brothers as they move away, possibly issuing instructions. Tom Kelly nods and Sid kicks the gravel underfoot. They stop when they notice you nearby and watch silently, warily, until you walk past and away. Just a little flavor text. There's another section I marked as wanting us to check out. 33. Was the fingerprints. So on the final day, if we had, this is going to be an interesting test of John Kean and how he decided it. We did an observation test where we noticed the glasses and we secured them for fingerprinting. And on the final day, he says, here's your envelope with the fingerprint results. We should spend some time talking about fingerprints when we're done with this. If you knew about the fingerprints, read 197. Okay, so let's see what happens if you didn't know that. Are you still going to get the fingerprint reports? Let's see. Kreuter explains, Butler found some drinking glasses that Braun and his companions used at the Best Hole Cafe right before they headed to Max. He sent them to the fingerprint division and they come back with this. 197. So in this case, whether you were smart enough to find the fingerprints or not, you still get to see them. And you still see the exact same fingerprints? Yeah. So that observation test had no actual effect. When we did that observation, we said, boy, it would be really unpleasant if you missed the whole fingerprint mechanic just because you failed that test. And here John Kean has been smart enough and kind enough to say, well, even if you don't discover them, you're going to get it. There was a little bit of discussion in the channel. John Kean said, yeah, the fingerprint was weird. I was going to give it to them early, but they didn't. But they could have discovered it every day. So here would be this sort of comparts with my suggestion. I think if they hadn't found that fingerprint, here would be my suggestion of how John Kean could have done this slightly better, if you will allow me. On the last day, Kreuter says to us, hey, here are the fingerprint results. And here they are. And even if you hadn't discovered them, you'd still get them here. My suggestion would have been at the beginning of every day, it should have said, if you have B, go read this. So that the game was basically giving you the fingerprints early, the day after you found them. So if you find them and succeed, you're going to get them early, where they can help you think. If you don't find them or you fail that test, you're not going to get them till the final day. I think that would make more thematic sense and be more enjoyable and rewarding. Having said all that, the fingerprints were basically useless to us. That's a little bit of a disappointment. You can see, however, that John Kean, when he designed this, he sort of designed this as, here's a base system, and this is our first case in 1927. So he went to all this trouble with the fingerprint system, maybe hoping to be able to use it in future cases. Anna says, and if you missed the glasses, you wouldn't circle the letter, so you'd get -2 points. Yeah, I agree. Although I like my idea better, that you would get the fingerprints early. I do think that was sad that we didn't get to use the fingerprints to help us. It was also particularly weird that the one question we had about who that fourth person was the one person whose fingerprints we couldn't be clear about. That was odd. It would have been nicer if the fingerprints helped us in some other way. But it was still fun, procedurally fun. It was very fun that we got to use those to help pick people out. But it might have been nice. In fact, you could see how you could do it. How even in this case you might have done it. You might have had them drinking with someone who the game asks you a question about. Like, who was the other person who was at that cafe with them? And maybe you could use the fingerprints to uniquely identify them. Maybe we should have found fingerprints some other location it wouldn't even have to be critical to our case. It would just be nice if in using the fingerprint system, we could answer a question we were challenged on. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, it would have been nice. I think it would have felt nice if we found Slater's fingerprint. Then we could have really cemented it down and feel like, yeah, our theory was right. And I don't know why that wasn't done. I don't know why we weren't given Slater's explicit fingerprints at the scene of that cafe. I think that would have made sense. Well, we've talked for an hour and a half about the game now. Any other thoughts from the audience? John Kean hasn't been in while we've been talking, but that's okay. I hope it will take some enjoyment of listening to all this when we're done. Any other thoughts from Jonathan and Anna about the game that you want to get on the record? I appreciate John Kean stopping by when he could and chatting with us briefly. Jonathan Mortis says, how did you guys feel about the logic chains? I think we can see why this might not have been the same caliber of experience for Jonathan, perhaps, as it was for Anna and I. Because I do think if you looked at it purely in terms of sort of the core mystery and the chains of deduction, they were not as deep and enjoyable as we've seen in the best cases. Like the adventure cases, there's multiple chains. Like first you understand this, connect this dot, then that helps you understand this dot, and that helps you understand this dot. And this was much more of a shallow putting together of pieces, where we get evidence and then more evidence, and we rule out one person for, like, each candidate shooter we ruled out based on one thing. Like, we found the gun, so they're ruled out. We got an alibi, they're ruled out. It was much more of a shallow sort of deduction system without deep chains of reasoning. And I can see how that's not at the highest caliber of excitement in terms of figuring that stuff out. For me, this felt like the joy of the game was much more in the police procedural part. And it says, it's nitpick. If hard-pressed to critique or two, I found a few, but in the end, one of the best cases to me as a whole experience. Yeah, well, what would you say, Jonathan? Have I captured accurately sort of where the game, why it didn't rise to the very top for you? That the sort of chains of logic reasoning were too shallow, not deep enough, didn't involve enough hops of leaps of reasoning, not enough aha moments, perhaps, more of a perfunctory doing the shoe leather to rule out suspects. it felt in that sense very real to me. That's part of why I felt like it was sort of consistent with the idea that this was a real case, where sometimes it's about shoe leather and dotting the I's and crossing the T's, and you sort of just have to track down the alibis and do the work and keep the notes. I love when we're rewarded for keeping good notes. And I like, there's a quote that quantity is a quality of its own. An epic long case is a quality of its own. It feels like you're really doing stuff. You're really being tested, your stamina. And I want to applaud both Jonathan and Anna for, boy, sticking with this for 3 sessions. This is our entire weekend. We spent Friday, Saturday, Sunday doing this, and I want to commend them and thank them for joining me for this whole epic experience. This has to go up there on the shelf of one of the most epic experiences we've had, and really fantastic. I want to hear a little bit more from Jonathan about, Jonathan does tend to focus more on the core mysteries. We did have some you have to admit, Jonathan, we had some very good, fun, tough, chewy, meaty discussions about what happened here and why and motives. Jonathan Warner says, yeah, I think that's definitely part of it for me. It did have those sort of conflicting pieces of evidence when it came to Slater and Snowy. That part was very good. We did have some very fun discussions, and here's another good example of something that was really fun to do. Piecing together from the different witnesses what happened at the crime scene. We had a whole bunch of different witnesses. This is one of the elements that this game did well, that felt like a police procedural, right? We had a whole bunch of different witnesses, both that we met right away, that had reasons for lying, and then witnesses we went back and canvassed. And this sort of picture of what happened had to get pieced together from a bunch of different witnesses. And that was really fun. You might even ask for more of that. That's the kind of thing that is really enjoyable in a game. A spatial puzzle, having to put together different witnesses and conflicting stories. Some say 3 shots, some say 4 shots. That was pretty fun. I'd like to see more of this kind of thing in these games. So even in this one neighborhood, though, we did have this one map that did have some spatial relations puzzles that was pretty fun. And Jonathan says it was quite fun to make a timeline again, and that was having to put together pieces from different witnesses. That was enjoyable, and finding that 4th person, and we thought it was Wallace first, and then we finally tracked down it wasn't. Yeah, piecing together the pieces of the puzzle, assembling them into a timeline and a reconstruction of the crime scene at the moment felt like police procedural and very fun. John says, and there was the password puzzle, but we did sort of bump into that. Yes, I think that's right. I think that's you can consider that a criticism. It was fun that there was that puzzle. It was a little bit of change up of pace. We did bump into it. It was another of those moments where I feel like we might have had a particularly good run through of this case and other groups might not. It was interesting that the author, John Kean, was giving us a different way to get that information. We could force our way in. And part of why we figured that out was that we were primed for it. We were looking for a password. And then when we stumbled onto it, we knew what it was. I think, though, Jonathan, you've made another point that I wanted to make that I forgot. There were a couple of places in this game, and this is not a criticism because I don't claim that there's a way to find a difficulty balance that's perfect for every group. For our group, however, I can think of those 2 occasions where the game gilded the lily in terms of nudging us that we didn't need it. One was the mum's the word. It would have been, we didn't need him. When we read that paragraph, he was like, he thought, like after he says mum's the word, he laughs, and then your character says, it's interesting. You think to yourself, you can't help but think that might have been significant, something like that. That was gilding the lily. We didn't need that extra hint. One of the ones that hurt me also was we went to Penny's Lane and we noticed the garage. It's before 6. We walk in there. There's a mechanic working. We're like, there's nothing here for us. And then the game says, you might want to come back after 6. Like it gives us a little hint that there's something going on after 6. And we had already figured out, there's probably again something going on here illegally after night. So it would have been nice if the game didn't give us that extra hint. And it's not really a criticism. The only thing I could give you as a designer, as a tip to try to avoid that, is to space out the redundant nudges so that players have a beat at which they could figure it out early. So you could have the guy say mum's the word and not say anything, not draw the player's attention to it, but then maybe we meet another person that says mum's the word. And then we realize, if we didn't get it early, we would say, now I get it. And the same thing with the garage. You could go to the garage and have it not have it nudge us to remember that there's something else. And then if the players really get stuck looking for something, maybe you have some other location where you're nudged towards checking it. Just a beat, so that the players, if they figure it out on their own, can get the satisfaction of having figured it out before they read the redundant clue. It was fun. Here's the thing to say about that password room, why it was fun. A little bit of a subtle point that's important for game designers to note. John Kean did it perfectly. Part of why that password event was fun, and I think maybe you shouldn't have a way to kick in the door, at least on the first day or the first day, maybe only at the end. It's particularly fun because it was a bottleneck that we ran into earlier and had to keep in the back of our mind wondering about until a subsequent day. That's what you want in these games. You want to not have the player solve every problem the first time they meet it. So part of what was so fun about that password is we got to the door, we knocked on it. The guy's like, you know the password? I'll let you in. And we're like, we don't know, we gotta leave. And then in the back of our mind is churning, hey, keep on the lookout for this password. Try to think where we would discover it. And then it sort of lingers and itches away at you. And it's very fun then when you do solve it. Any other comments from the chat before we wrap this up? It's 5 a.m. We've been talking for almost 2 hours about the game after we finished it. 1 hour and 40 minutes. So John Kean is going to have a lot to watch. But that's what happens when you encounter such a special game. Maybe I won't have to do an end review, a review of it now that we've done all this. John says, we've all already said it, but since I've been a little less positive, this could be a master class in how to end a case. The solution and epilogue on point. Yeah, that's well said. You sort of want to draw out that end game in an enjoyable, narratively rewarding way, and the score was very satisfying too. So I agree with you, Jonathan. It was, the longer the game takes, the more you want that ending to feel right and satisfying and savor it. And I think this matched up with the long game, 3 sessions over the course of 7 game days. We didn't want to turn the page and have a 1-paragraph end. And it was very satisfying to be able to savor that ending. Yeah. and the epilogue bonus. Yeah. And maybe that's a good place to end this video. Jonathan and Anna, a pleasure as always to be able to share this experience with you. I think we worked well as a team. I really do feel like this was a special experience we had, that we got to play this game. I feel lucky to have shared it, lucky to have encountered this game. A big thank you to whoever it was that found this game and mentioned it on the GameQ forum thread where we were discussing it. It might have been Jonathan Warner who found this game and told us about it. Or it might have been Duke of Zill or someone else. Remind me, Jonathan, was it you who suggested we might want to check out Razorhurst? Jonathan has been advocating that we play it, and so has Anna. And Jonathan says, final acknowledgement that Anna saw through Slater the whole time. It's true, Anna did always think that Snowy and Slater were conspiring. All right, thanks to whoever it is that recommended it on the GameQ thread. If it's Jonathan, then Jonathan, but maybe someone else deserves the credit for bringing this to our attention. But credit to Jonathan and Anna for pushing that we play it. I'm glad we did get a chance to play it. All right, with that, good night. And I'll see you next time.